We are recording.
Meeting, please come to order. Barbara, please call the roll.
We have Commissioners Levine, Berard, McLean, Hill, Noonan, and Vasquez present.
Terrific. This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. As far as my opening remarks, I'll just incorporate by reference what I said in the freezing cold weather about 30 minutes ago. We have 16 public comment cards. 18 and growing. So we will call all the public comment speakers. I think I'm inclined to limit you to 30 seconds each unless someone has something to say that nobody else is going to be saying. But we'll sort of play it by ear. We'll work toward a 30-second time limit. We'll start at a 1-minute time limit so that we can get other business done at this meeting. So Barbara, go ahead and call the public comment speakers.
Okay, and we're doing 1 minute, right?
We'll start at a minute. We may reduce it.
All right. Okay, the first speaker is Kendall Anacion, I think, if I'm pronouncing that right, and after that, Shane Phillips. Kendall?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kendall Ascension. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. I must admit we were a bit surprised by the mayor's announcement this morning concerning natural gas. The Chamber prides itself on supporting forward-thinking environmental policies and initiatives that help California and the LA region reach important emission reduction goals. However, it is vital that these are balanced with resiliency, reliability, and financial responsibility. The Los Angeles residents and diverse range of industries that call our city home need an energy system that can withstand rising demand and strain due to changing behavior, weather patterns, and unanticipated emergencies. As part of the 100% Renewable Energy Study Advisory Group, I think the staff has done a fantastic job at explaining that achieving reliability, the necessary reliability with a 100% renewable portfolio at an expedited pace is not cost effective. The independent consultants for the OTC study have also determined that the only financially feasible path forward to successfully balance resiliency, reliability, and fiscal realities is by repowering our region's national gas facilities. The businesses are concerned about these impacts to our bottom line, and we are concerned that there was no ratepayer advocacy report or analysis done on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Shane Phillips, and after that, Elizabeth Hawley.
Hello, Shane Phillips with Central City Association. CCA is a participant in the 100% Renewable Energy Group and the SLTRP Committee. And throughout the process, we've been appreciative of DWP's transparency and clear communication about difficult trade-offs. I think every person in this room wants to see us shift to 100% renewable energy as quickly as possible. But DWP should not support any plan that risks reduced reliability in service of that goal. We know that we can increase renewable energy while maintaining grid reliability, but that it requires responsible planning and decisions based on data and expert input. DWP has clearly demonstrated a commitment to renewable energy, evidenced in part by it meeting and exceeding its portfolio goals ahead of schedule. The recommendation by DWP staff and consultants appropriately balances aggressive sustainability goals with essential reliability standards, and we hope you'll vote to approve the recommendations and help us come into compliance with state mandates. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth Hawley, and after that, Rochelle Zalaznik.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Hawley with the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, or VICA, also here to comment on the Once Through Cooling study. We're here today to reiterate the support that we expressed for staff's recommendation back in November. VICA is also a member of DWP's advisory group, and we've been working closely with DWP staff on this study for over a year, but neither the advisory group nor the ratepayer advocate has weighed in on this new proposal. We believe the facts are clear. Scattergood and Harbor cannot be repowered in time with renewables and battery storage without jeopardizing grid reliability. Reliable power is absolutely critical for the commercial and industrial businesses that these facilities directly serve, especially in the San Fernando Valley. This new proposal could also cost every ratepayer $3,500, and we've seen no study on that. So we believe that DWP can repower these facilities with new, more cost-effective, efficient gas technology and still achieve its long-term clean energy goals. And we look forward to continuing our work with DWP staff once this project comes back to the board for final approval. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Rochelle Zelaznik, and after that, Paloma Nafara. Rochelle Zelaznik? No. Paloma Nafare, if I'm pronouncing that right, and after that, Daryl Gale.
It's Paloma Navarrete. You almost got it. So I just wanted to thank Mayor Garcetti, Councilman Bonin, Corretz. I cannot say it fast enough, sorry. Martin, Commissioner Ora Vasquez, because today is a historical event, and I just want to say we're very thankful for what you're doing, because I know that having the power working for all of us is important and efficiency, but if we don't have a planet, we cannot do anything. You know, and I living in Glendale, they're trying to repower the gas plant, Grayson, and it's important that your leadership and the history that you're doing today leads the way in the rest of the California. Because if we have these power plants, we're no longer going to continue to have a history for our children and the future. So I just want to thank you for the hard work that you're doing, and I want to continue to see battery plant solutions and more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Daryl Gale, and after that, Dan Kegel.
Good morning. I just want to talk about something I'm very concerned about, and that is our infrastructure, which seems to have been ignored for a while, especially water pipes and gas pipes. We've had too many bursting water pipes regularly, just dissipating our precious water supplies, and many, many, many people in LA and in LA County live on or near a large pool of oil or methane. We now need to really monitor this stuff. People are at risk, especially from a minor earthquake. There is new technology that can remotely sense it. We need to monitor all these underground pipes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Dan Kegel, and after that, Michael Kaddish.
Hi, my name's Dan Kegel. I'm a homeowner. Repowering our coastal power stations is a daunting task. The state realizes this, and last year's SACWIZ presentation concluded with the line, the Water Board should recognize that it may be necessary to modify final compliance dates for some generating units. When DWP makes its annual grid reliability presentation to the State Water Board this year, the state will be happy to give us a few more years to comply, because the long-term benefits to sea life of reducing ocean acidification are worth the wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Michael Kaddish, and after that, Madeline Merritt.
I just want to thank our general manager for your leadership on this. I know this is a bold move, and as Grid Alternatives and as part of the LA Clean Energy Coalition, we're excited and eager to work with the department, with the staff, to move ahead. And I want to thank particularly the commissioners and Commissioner Vasquez for her leadership on this, and to Mayor Garcetti. But most of all, thank you to the staff for being willing to take this leap forward. I think it means a lot for equity, for climate change, and for our community. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Madeline Merritt, and after that, Lisa Hart.
Hello, Commission. I am standing here as someone who is an impassioned environmental activist, and also as a person who's employed by the clean energy sector here in Los Angeles. I just want to say thank you so much. A month ago, I spoke at this hearing and asked you to be on the right side of history. Now you all have really stepped up, and I'm just so excited that we get to work together as people who work in clean energy, who are advocating for our environment, and volunteers like yourself who are leading our city's power authority to make the changes needed for our future. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to Commissioner Vasquez as well for your leadership on this, the mayors and the council members for this historic moment. I think we're all really excited about what is to come and how we can work together to make our city more renewable and better for our coming generations. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Lisa Hart, and after that, Benjamin Davis.
Hi, I wanted, on behalf of the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance and the 43 member neighborhood councils of the Alliance, to express our gratitude and excitement about the huge decision today and to let you know that we know it's a lot of work ahead, and we're there to help. Let us know what we can do to support you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Benjamin Davis, and after that, Yair Crane.
I am the policy associate at the California Solar and Storage Association. We represent 450 solar companies in California. I really want to commend the city for its decision to shut down the power plants. We are, not surprisingly, 100% behind you. It's no secret that the solar market in LA faces challenges that we don't see in other jurisdictions. And with the step taken today, I look forward to discussions about removing these barriers. We definitely have our ideas, and I only have a minute, so I won't go into them right now, but we're eager to share them, and we are eager to hear what the city comes up with to transition to renewable energy. I just want to reiterate that we and our member companies are here to help in any way that we can. I'm not sure how many members of the solar industry made it into this room, but if any have, if you could please stand up to show the commission that we are here to help.
Yeah.
Great. So I think there were a few more outside.
There's more. There's some on the other side.
Oh, thank you for being my eyes. Thank you very much. We look forward to working together.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Yair Crane, and after that, Paul Smith-Wason.
Good morning, everybody. As a LA County resident and advocate for the clean energy economy, I applaud the actions of the mayor and the board, general manager, and the staff. Since these plants are important for local reliability, I look forward to a strategic and long-term program that includes incentives as well as streamlining of permitting to advance behind-the-meter solar storage and DERs in the region for both residential and non-residential customers, and making sure the resources are deployed in an equitable manner, including impacted communities. I'm eager to share my ideas and be a resource for you and your staff, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Paul Smith-Wason, and after that, Michael Swords.
Good morning. I'm an employee of the Department of Water and Power. I'm a water service specialist. I'm here this morning asking for your help to prevent or to stop the harassment that I've been facing for the last 4 or 5 years. I came to the department from the electronics industry, where I worked for 15 years in management. I took the first job that was available to me, which was as a laborer, a temporary laborer with the Department of Water and Power, and with the hopes of being able to promote, as most people I'm sure would want to. I worked in a very hostile environment in the West Valley in the meter section, and could never get the cooperation of my supervisors in dealing with issues having to do with harassment, which sometimes was very stressful, causing me to have to take time off from work, a bullet being placed on my desk, an effigy being hung by its neck in the meter shop, my cars being attacked. I replaced tires on 12 different occasions between 2000 and 2013. Well, I guess the strategy was to decide that we're going to blame everything on me, and I began to be followed. To this day, I'm being followed. The goons have entered my home many times. They have control of my computer, control of my phone. As recently as December 14th, I was confronted by 4 black SUVs when I stopped at a business. I had to end up taking pictures to prevent them from following me, which is something that became a normal routine. If I have done something, I need to know about it. I want this to stop. I have gone through my organization, asked them to stop it. I was told on the 11th, I got a notice that I was going to be interviewed for a supervisor's position, and as usual, on the 14th, here it is, I'm being confronted. And whenever you are faced with a situation like that, it makes it very difficult to be able to prepare and to focus on what you need to do to prepare for an interview. Consequently, on the 8th of January, I called and told the board that I was not going to be taking the interview. Prior to that, last year, I had an exam for water utility supervisor and was unable to do that because the weekend before that, I was falling all over the place. This creates a lot of stress. It is frustrating. I'm here to ask you to please help. Please help. I'm tired of it. If I've done something, I want someone to accuse me of something and go through legal channels. I cannot use my phone anytime I try to do business, anything I try to do. I cannot get through and do, I can't even get a lawyer. I know it's being done by the Department of Water and Power or some agency that is under their direction. Yes, I know I was in an environment where I was overly qualified, but I was willing to do the work. I did the work. I gave my heart to the department. I gave my soul to the department. I gave my body to the department. I deserve better than this.
Thank you. I will speak with council about how to proceed on this, and frankly, I'm not sure, but I will talk to council and seek their guidance.
Will I hear from someone?
If you'd speak to Brad Hudson, our Chief Administrative Officer behind you, he'll go ahead, he's behind you, and
there's someone you can
take your
speak to,
information.
right? If you turn around, you'll see him.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Swords, and after that, Angelina Casillas Carrera.
Good morning. I'm here today to salute the decision by Mayor Eric Garcetti, who once again demonstrated that cities are indeed leading the way on climate action. LACI also wants to commend the City Council, the Board of LADWP, and DWP's talented leadership team led by David Wright. The Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator supports clean tech startups by giving them access to a world-class innovation facility owned by LADWP. We provide coaching and mentoring from experienced business leaders. We provide access to capital and access to institutional partners like the City of LA and LADWP. Our companies are creating products and services that will benefit the ratepayers of LA and beyond. As demonstrated by the Transportation Electrification Partnership, of which the Mayor and LADWP are central to, we believe strongly that bold policy initiatives like this will further help decarbonize the city via transportation and built environment, while also making our communities healthier and more prosperous in an equitable way that benefits all Angelinos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Angelina Casillas Carrera, and after that, Kyle Cherrick.
Yeah, my name is Angelina Casillas Corona. I'm the Executive Director of Hermandad Mexicana Nacional. We're a non-profit organization. We have 16 offices throughout Los Angeles. We also have affordable housing. We concern about the rebuilding of the plant, which will cost $3 to $5 million. It's pretty high, and the impact that this cost will have in our community. A lot of the people who come to our organization, they are seniors. They are people unemployed. Seniors make an average of $800 a month, and they complain about the utility bills, and we certainly concern about that. We also affordable housing producer, and we say an increasing cost, operating costs. We not against renewable energy. We build solar panels, but our operating cost is increasing due to the utility bills also. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Kyle Cherrick, and after that, Teresa Brady.
Yeah, Commission, thank you for hearing from me. I'm with Pick My Solar to give you an update on our managed marketplace where we help homeowners easily get many bids for solar, energy storage, EV charging, electrified HVAC options, and electrified hot water. We've been doing this around the country, partnering with utilities like Con Edison, Orlando Utilities Commission, and we're set to launch with a California utility here in the next few months. We're very excited to share that you can actually achieve this goal and save customers money. The average customer who goes solar in LEDWP territory saves an average of $50,000 over the life of the 25-year life of the project that's warranted. And finally, I just wanted to say that the way that we can do this is with customer-owned and DWP-owned and customer-sited energy storage. Those are options that are being deployed in pilots and real large programs around the country, and they're working. You can have those assets, offer them at a reduced cost to customers, and help manage the grid. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Teresa Brady, and after that, Eddie Cafran-Morrow.
Hi, my name is Teresa Brady, and I'm really glad to see the Commission taking the step to go to 100% clean energy, renewable energy. We absolutely have to get off of all fossil fuels as fast as possible, as we've been seeing more extreme weather events. And many cities have already been able to do that. There is San Diego Gas and Electric has installed 170 milliwatts of net metered solar thus far. Vermont's public utility has installed over 20,000 Powerwall battery storage and saved $500,000 just in the first few days. New Hampshire Liberty Utility has a residential energy storage program that saves where ratepayers can pay to own the battery storage in 10 years. And in Washington State, recently, there's been an announcement that they're going to 100% renewable. Oh, darn it. I didn't want to, can I just say a couple more things? I just think that we need to subsidize rooftop solar and make it available to anybody who's willing to let you put solar panels on their roof. Find out how much that $5 million that we're saving by not doing the gas-powered plants, how far would that go in putting rooftop solar and battery storage in communities? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Eddie Kaufman-Morrow, and after that, I think it's John Pelzer.
Hi. I was here previously before last month, dressed a little differently and a little bit more nervous. This time I came more prepared. And I hope you guys can respect a lot of the people who came here today who are talking about sustainability, renewable energy sources, and also doing it through the community. I work with community colleges through the student government, and I have learned a lot. I wanted to go into business and then slowly learned that the environment is a little bit more important than making a profit. So I think it would be a beautiful and a great thing for the city of Los Angeles to show that they're more for the economy, the environment, and for the people than they are for their pocket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Ms.
the next
Vasquez.
speaker is John Pelzer, and after that, Chris Anderson.
Thank you. These are the comments I wrote a few days ago for today, but that was before the press conference this morning. Now, instead of standing before you as a frustrated citizen of Los Angeles, I stand here as a very proud one. The leadership you and Mayor Garcetti have shown is important for all of us who call Los Angeles home, and also for all those Americans who look to Los Angeles as a beacon for what is right and just. On behalf of my children and children all across our city, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Chris Anderson, and after that, Walker Foley.
Hello, Chris Anderson, member of LA County Democratic Party. I represent Assembly District 39. I live in Sylmar. I'm also a delegate to the state. Los Angeles should not invest one more dollar in rebuilding any fossil fuel infrastructure, including replacing gas-burning turbines at the Scattergood Haynes and Harbor power plants on LA's coast. There is not one person that I know that does not support the initiative taken by Mayor Garcetti, Nuri Martinez, and Paul Koretz that was issued this morning at 9 a.m. to essentially close down those facilities, and I commend the commission and those leaders in that decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Walker Foley, and after that, Alex Nagy.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Walker. I'm the senior organizer with Food and Water Watch, and I have got to say I applaud the commissioners, the council members, and the mayor who've worked to make this morning's announcement a reality. I started my journey fighting for clean energy and against gas over 6 years ago because my family lives on the supply side of this issue. There are fracking wells that have invaded and encroached my family's farm in West Virginia when the boom first took hold in Appalachia. And now that we're sitting here on the demand side, I am so pleased that we are saying we are not going to invest in this fuel source anymore. And I just, on my part, I am so excited to work with you all to define what clean energy looks like for Los Angeles and how fast we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Alex Nagy, and after that, Jane Fowler.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Alex Nagy, and I'm a senior organizer with Food and Water Watch. I am also a very proud Angelina like John here today. I'm so proud of my city. I'm so proud of my mayor and our city council and the board here for making this switch off gas to renewable energy. And as a community organizer, what I hope to do moving forward is really make sure that the community is being engaged in this process of what's going to replace these gas units so that it's transparent and accountable to the community and the solutions that we'd like to see. We're also very excited to continue engaging in the 100% renewable energy plan that the city is working on and look forward to making even more ambitious decisions there about our future. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
the next speaker is Jane Fowler, and after that, Gavin Pierce.
Hello. I just want to say thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate Mayor Eric Garcetti and this Board of Commissioners to have the vision and the strength of heart and mind to push through the old ways of doing things and moving us to a brighter, cleaner future. I lived near the gas leak, and that's how I kind of got involved, and this was very important to me not to see, new gas. And today's such a happy day for me, so really all I want to say is thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Gavin Pierce, and after that, Marshall James.
Hello, my name is Gavin. I just wanted to say that the announcement this morning on the plan on getting LA to 100% renewables was really incredible to see, especially as a young climate activist who's been working on these issues for a couple of years, and the gas plants and everything for the last couple of months. It's really cool to see that that real progress can be made, and so I want to applaud those efforts, especially Commissioner Vasquez, and it's great. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Marshall James, and after that, Anna Christensen.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for the announcement this morning. I, too, am a proud Angelino and really appreciate the leadership that is being demonstrated here today. I'm here on behalf of Food and Water Watch, but also I'm a congressional liaison with Citizens Climate Lobby to Congresswoman Karen Bass. And I know that right now, working through the National Congress is the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, which is expected to actually gain bipartisan support and pass through a carbon fee on all producers of carbon-based fuels. So as a publicly owned utility and seeking to get the best rate for ratepayers, the costs of carbon-based fuels are going to be rising in the coming decade under this plan. And so it's great to get on ahead of it and start looking for non-carbon-based energy so that the cost to the ratepayers is kept low. So I appreciate that we're starting on it now, and I look forward to seeing how quick we can get it done. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anna Christensen, and then the last card after that is Rochelle Zelznick.
Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to say a little reminder, we're on Tongva land, and these old ways are new again. So instead of continuing extractive industries, not even asking permission of tribal people or the land itself, we can turn around and we can start being more sustainable, right? Maybe we can prolong the life of insects past 100 years when they are now purported to become extinct. I represent the Protect the Long Beach Los Cerritos Wetlands Coalition. It includes groups like the Sierra Club, of which I'm also a member of the Conservation Committee. And I want to especially have us appreciate what Aurora Vasquez was able to do simply by not taking no for an answer. And commissions are powerful. You're all very powerful people when you take your power into your hands. I know you have panels of experts and staffs, career people with a lot of scientific knowledge, but sometimes they're just not willing to take that leap that we all must take if our planet is going to have life as we know it. And I'd also like to invite you down by your Haynes Power Plant. Whatever you do next, just remember you're on the Los Cerritos wetlands, and it's can be a very, very beautiful place. We're working to stop a massive oil drilling project. Long Beach was not quite so insightful as you. The Coastal Commission also approved the expansion of oil drilling from 300 barrels a day to 24,000 barrels a day. We're suing them. The we is anonymous for the moment, but a lawsuit was filed yesterday because they violated the Coastal Act, simply to have an override in order to help drill for 24,000 barrels of oil a day, releasing 70,000 tons of GHG in the wetlands. So if you want to come down and walk and check out your power plant, you can pass these around, and maybe we'll see you Saturday. If not, I hope we see people in this room, if this is online, from the community at the next Coastal Commission meeting. It's very rare, but the Coastal Commission is meeting in the inner city. As a young man asked them to, why don't you ever meet in Wilmington and see the results? Because the Coastal Commission needs to figure out all up and down the coast how to keep that oil in the ground, leave it in the ground. And this young man said that he's at the other end. We're also at that end. California is a major oil producer, and we always have been. And this 10% of this goes to plastic, and one of our board members, Charles Moore, Captain Charles Moore of Aguilita Foundation, who discovered the great plastic garbage patch, he said, this is old school. This is like horse and buggy. We don't need to do this. We don't need to keep producing more plastic, more pollution, and you did the right thing. Congrats. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah, you can hand it to the officer, sir, lady. And he'll give it to us. Thank you. I have the second call for Rochelle Zelznick. And then the last card I have is for Linda Cleveland, but you didn't put down what item you wanted to speak on. Was it public comment, item 2? Okay, great.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Cleveland. I'm representing the Watts Clean Air and Energy Committee, and I am just so thrilled to hear that we're moving forward and we're doing renewable energy, that we're going with the mayor's vision on having zero emissions by the year 2030. And I think that it's just a great thing, and thank you guys for your support of that effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last card for item 2.
Okay, I want to thank all of the speakers for being so succinct and clear. It was very helpful.
May I add one
Please,
comment?
Commissioner Noonan.
I also appreciate everyone's attendance here, and I kept hearing time and again that you wanted to thank our commission, Mayor Garcetti, the City Council, but I think that there's 2 people who deserve a lot of recognition for making today's announcement happen, and that's General Manager David Wright, as well as Andrew Kendall, who has our power division. Neither of them were mentioned, but they deserve a great deal of praise for their creativity and solutions finding.
And they will deserve even more praise in the months and years ahead for their hard work. Thank you, Commissioner Noonan.
I have a card that was just turned in, but it doesn't have an item number on it, for Leah Garland. What item would you want to speak on?
Comment?
Is that okay?
Or this current?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Leah Garland. I'm a resident of Los Angeles and a customer of LADWP. And as a mother of a 1-month-old, I see how change is a part of life. And climate change means that we have to acknowledge the changes to life happening now during the 6th extinction. So thank you to Mayor Eric Garcetti, and thank you to the LADWP commissioners for giving our children the possibility of a future. Let's use the money for a just transition to 100% renewable energy. No money to dirty gas plants, to dirty fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may.
You may.
Address without
Although
violating.
there's going to be commissioner comment in just 1 moment.
Okay, so should I wait for that?
Yeah.
Excellent.
General Manager.
Just one item, I'd like to turn it over to Rich Harrisick to introduce some guests we have here today.
Sure. We have started a technological and operational collaboration and exchange with Eau de Paris Water. And in the audience with us today is Laurent Malone, who heads, Laurent, please stand, who heads up their lab and research area. And alongside him, locally, is the Consulate General for France here in Los Angeles, Christophe Lemoine. And with him is his Science and Research Attaché, Jean Rosenbaum. So you can applaud me for my limited French.
Thank you for being here.
And we'll applaud them at the same
Exactly.
We have picked France and Paris in particular because of their experience with water security monitoring and preparing for the Olympic Games. So the Olympics are coming to Paris right after Tokyo, and then we have them after that. So we are working with them to develop strategies to protect and secure the water supply during that large event. And somebody had to volunteer, and I selflessly did, to reciprocate the exchange, and so I'll be going to Paris in late.
We were going to ask you about that one.
So we're thankful for the collaboration. It's actually 2 years in the making. We've been working with Laurent and his staff for 2 years, as well as other French tech firms that are in that arena of water security and water sampling. So.
Just make sure you come back, Rich.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Don't leave us here.
Dave, that's it?
Yes.
Okay, comments from commissioners. Commissioner Vasquez.
Okay. So I just want to take a few moments to express how important this announcement this morning was. In Los Angeles, we act locally, but our impact is always global. And at a time where we had seen lack of leadership in Washington, D.C., where we have climate deniers, when the EPA administrator is a co-lobbyist, we see here in LA a mayor that has taken incredible leadership to move us forward. We're the largest city in California, and we're the fifth largest economy. Can you imagine what we're going to be able to do now that we have taken this step to the right direction? Last year, when we first heard of the OTC, the Once Through Cooling study, it was around the same time when we heard about the National Climate Assessment, really urging us that we had just maybe a decade, maybe a little more than a decade, to act on climate and to take this seriously. And as a region and California that has been leading the charts on climate has really stepped up. And members of Congress, we heard today a lot the term of the Green New Deal, but we have been doing that now for a really long time, even before my tenure here as a commissioner with other commissioners here. So Los Angeles has already been pushing for a Green New Deal, and this is, again, a testament that this is where we're going, and this is where our values and our priorities are. We have shown that pushing for green jobs, clean energy, good jobs, paying jobs, is going to be a really, really beneficial for our community and for Los Angeles. And also, not repowering and investing all these resources on these gas plants is also going to help us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and also with our clean air. So I want to again thank Mayor Garcetti for his incredible leadership today, and I also want to thank David Wright, our general manager, for believing in this wild idea. I know that this is tough. We have millions of people that depend on us, and this is important, and it's not an easy job, and you're guiding the largest utility in the country to do this, and that's pretty remarkable. And I hope that today you're proud, and that you can see your family and say how proud you are to be serving our city and leading, our staff. I want to also recognize the folks that have been working on actually how to make this possible. So the folks that work at DWP on our power side, can you please stand up? Reiko, you too. You're the head of the household. In fact, you're the mama bear. So I want you to look around and be grateful to these people and say your prayers and your good love. These are the folks making this idea a reality and possible, so I'm beyond grateful for them. And next to me, I have the most progressive Board of Commissioners that Los Angeles have ever seen. This is the most progressive Board of Commissioners. I'm beyond grateful. I'm so grateful to be serving with this group. I'm the youngest in age, and sometimes I'm naive and impulsive. And I have never felt more supported in my role as a commissioner as I am now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mel, for your leadership. You have been an environmental champion for a long time. Who am I talking to here? Like, you have been incredible in Congress and have done so much work and taking this on. I know it was not an easy thing for you as the president. And to my Madam Vice Chair, thank you so much for all of the good advice, the good thinking, the strategy, the listening to my craziness sometimes, and being there for me and supporting my ideas. And to Commissioner Barat for being so committed to our community. It's so exciting to see every time you come, even when you're maybe not feeling so well, you're always show up and fight for the neighborhood councils, which is something so important, so intricate to the government of this city. And you, Commissioner Noonan, is like my sister right here. I can tell you that you're one of the people that I learned so much from every time. I think we have spoken about this and how sharp you are with so many details that make this utility work every day and make this utility move forward. I think we make a really, really good group, and I'm beyond grateful for all of the support. This didn't happen just by one commissioner as he appears. Make no mistake, we all work together. We're a strong team, and we were able to really support the mayor's efforts by working together. And to the organizations and community members and stakeholders that are here today, and were here last month, and were here 3 months ago, and have been here for a long time, thank you so much for keeping us on check and keep pushing and pulling and reminding us what's important and the urgency and the agency that we have as people on leadership. And I'm just so grateful for this moment. I never expected to be happen so quickly, and that's really a testament of the power that you all have, the influence. So make no mistake that organizing and activism and being a community leader makes a change. It makes a huge change. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here, and thank you for all your support. And now let's get to work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioner comments?
Just
I
two
see
quick ones.
Two of them over here. Let me just call on Commissioner.
Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue à Los Angeles. Je parle un petit peu. I wanted to mention that I've been following, as I'm sure all of us have, the PG&E problems and the fires. I realize that it's a different organization and it's organized differently than we are. But I'm wondering if the staff has looked into this to see, are there any things that you see that we could be doing better and to prevent this kind of tragedy in the future? A couple of weeks ago, George Skelton had a big article about what had happened and talked a lot about the board, not our commission, but I think it was the PUC? Yeah, commission. So I'm just wondering if we've learned anything from all the fires, in terms of transmission lines and all that goes into this to prevent in the future.
And we have been absolutely part of this effort, and we can bring a presentation on that back to the board.
That would be very helpful, because I think the ratepayers of this city would like to know what we're doing in the future, in terms of the wildfires, and I think that would be helpful to see what the staff is doing. Thank you.
I have one comment and then one request. So first, with respect to today's announcement, my comment along those lines, and thank you, Commissioner Vasquez, and I want to join you and Commissioner Noonan in really highlighting the role of not just our senior leadership, but all of the people that work at this department. I want to specifically reference the once through cooling study. Public policy making and decision making in general is messy. And I know that there were a whole lot of people who have been here previously who were quite alarmed about the work, the nature of the work, and the conclusions that might flow from that work. I continue to be very much appreciative of each and every participant, as that work really laid the foundation for our ability, for this city's ability, for this agency's ability to make the announcement that it did today. Without knowing where we are and without specifically identifying what it takes to make a hard turn toward not repowering those 3 facilities, we'd be lost. So not for a moment should anyone believe that that was less than valuable. I also want to note that it has always been my conviction that this agency stands full square behind the vision of the leaders of this city. I am continue to be both excited and humbled to be part of an organization that is literally responsible for the modern day city of Los Angeles. And I am absolutely convinced that in this moment, at this time, it has the capacity to serve at the cornerstone of building the new Los Angeles in terms of its carbon-free future. So, it takes bold vision, which it's difficult to separate DWP from the word vision, given that we sit in a desert that is now a mega metropolis. But it also will take the incredible talent and engineering proficiency of, literally hundreds of people that work here every day. And so I want to say thank you to them, and just salute everybody who played a role in getting us from here to there. Finally, there often is raised this sort of what I know to be false choice between the vision for our 100% renewable future and reliability. It's stated often by others, but I did want to take the opportunity today to say that there cannot be a choice. We have to be able to do both. That is part of this agency's mission, has been, will be. And I look forward to spending more time talking about that aspect of who we are and what we do as we move forward. With respect to my request, and on a less inspiring note, I'd like to talk a little bit about, or just to observe that, I have spent some time not just on the 15th floor, but on every other floor in this building. And I have been alarmed at the difference between the physical plant or the physical environment that exists on the 15th floor versus the conditions that our employees show up and confront on a daily basis. I am very interested in understanding what our investment strategy is for dealing with what is a, almost intolerable space shortage. It is, I know, having far-reaching impacts and implications, both as it relates to hiring, certainly as it relates to employee morale, and productivity. So I would like to see within the next 45 days, to give you plenty of time to pull it together, a report both as to the actual physical limitations of this building vis-a-vis our needs for housing employees, and the strategies and timetables associated with addressing those deficiencies. This is critical for a number of reasons, not the least of which being that in order to do what we said we were going to do today, we're going to have to hire more people. So, every aspect of our operations must receive the same level of attention, and certainly you can be assured that with respect to how our employees exist and how they what they are subjected to in their workplace in terms of the physical environment is something that will be as important to me as the more, flashy, newsworthy items that show up and that we talk about. So that's my request. Thank you.
I know that staff is all over that issue, so I'm sure that they will be happy to respond. The point's well taken. Ratepayer advocate.
I'll have questions on various presentation issues as they arise, and I'd like to make a comment now on item 14. I support item 14, but item 14 raises an issue. Now that Measure W has passed for stormwater quality, an issue that will arise regularly are the trade-offs between the value of the water and other secondary benefits or other benefits associated with these projects. I think it would be helpful to have a policy discussion about that role, Measure W, and its role in water supply as far as DWP is concerned, and balancing the costs and also grant benefits we have.
Thank you. Barbara, discussion with neighborhood council representatives on any neighborhood council resolution or community impact statement filed with the city clerk which relate to any agenda item listed or being considered on this agenda for the Water and Power Board. And I see that we have one speaker card on this item.
Yes, we have one speaker card. Alicia Rivera. Alicia Rivera. Okay, I guess they're not present. So then in that case, no community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Okay, let's move to item 7 and determine which items don't need a discussion or a vote. We have a relatively short open meeting agenda. I see we have 10 speaker cards on item 12, so that one will be removed from any consent calendar consideration. And the remaining items are 11, 13, 14, and 15. Do any commissioners wish to pull any of those items from the consent calendar?
14?
14, Commissioner Noonan.
Thank you.
And the ratepayer advocate. Any others? Okay, is there a motion to approve items 11, 13, and 15?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
11, 13, and 15 are approved. We'll go back to 12 and 14 after we deal with the management reports. And the first management report is update on strategic long-term resource plan. We have 3 speaker cards on that item. Who's presenting this item?
Nancy Sutley, our sustainability officer,
That
will be
lady over
presenting
there.
that.
Do you want to present or do you want to speak? Yeah, let's have the public comment first.
Okay, public comment. The first speaker for 8A is Rebecca Lieb, and after that, Jasmine Vargas. Are we still doing the 1-minute time limit?
This can be 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hi, I'm for the most part just echoing the thank you from the general comment, because I realize that our plan moving forward is exactly what Mayor Garcetti is talking about. You have told us repeatedly that trust and courage were standards to emulate. You have convinced us that equality and justice were inviolable concepts. You have taught us that authority should be guided by reason and tempered by fairness, and we have taken you seriously. Exactly 50 years ago, Commissioner Levine gave this very speech at his graduation from Harvard Law School. In 1969, in the context...
It sounded vaguely familiar.
Yeah, in the context of the student-led protests for the civil rights movement. I wanted to read these words at this meeting, and I actually did alter this speech as a result of the mayor's announcement this morning. I wanted to read his words at this meeting because I want us all to remember what it feels like to be young, to be full of hope and an undiluted idealism that fuels all decisions and priorities. We are going to need to treat every single power plant that relies on fossil fuels as though it is a matter of life and death, because it is. The future of climate change will be determined by our incremental choices. The task ahead is insurmountable for any single person to address alone, and thank goodness we are not alone here today.
Sometime you'll tell me where you dug up that speech.
Okay, the next speaker is Jasmine Vargas, and after that, Michelle Hassan.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jasmine Vargas. I'm a senior organizer with Food and Water Watch, and you can't pay me to stop smiling right now. I wanted to speak on specifically the SLTRP update because our plan was to go hard on the SLTRP if we didn't get the announcement that we got here today with the mayor. I know that you guys take him seriously, take his direction and leadership of LA and the staff seriously, and I just have to tell you, after working with Sierra Club and Communities for a Better Environment and Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy and now Food and Water Watch, and being in front of you all to look at this beautiful slide that has an X across the smoky power plants, I want to just let you know that I knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of when. And I appreciate you all listening to the community and the EJ groups and the climate activists around the city that are right now celebrating this announcement. And I want to also say, because I believe in people power, I believe in grassroots organizing, that the opportunity that has been brought up to merge the SLTRP process with the 100% Renewable Advisory Group is a positive one, but we want to make sure that this bullet point about public outreach and workshops is not just a bullet point, but a really thought out plan. And we've already made a lot of recommendations on what are good community places you can go to get more diverse voices involved in this issue so that more people can take the power into their own hands to prove that energy democracy can happen, and y'all can lead in that effort. So I look forward to working with y'all as part of the 100% Renewable Advisory Group. Think through what it would look like to get more labor, business, and other stakeholders in the transmission-focused advisory group. And ultimately help bring as many people out as possible to celebrate and push for that 100% clean energy future. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Michelle Hassan.
Chairman, board members, thank you so much for the opportunity today and for hanging in there on such a long day. The morning started early. I want to speak, may I also speak a little bit on 12? I can do it in just 2 minutes. Yes. So 2 things. The SLTRP process, I would like to echo the comments made by Jasmine Vargas on welcoming this new process as a path forward to seeing implemented and feasible LA's new clean, 100% clean, reliable energy future. So really looking forward to seeing the department reach out to communities most impacted, because they have to be the drivers and their input should be as valuable as technical and scientific expertise. And today, in terms of LA going forward in a Green New Deal, I do want to highlight the $500 million SCAPA agreement is a wonderful opportunity to get energy efficiency really to be a cornerstone of our clean energy future, because the cleanest energy is energy we don't use. We would like to see, however, as many investments as possible prioritize and focus on low-income Angelenos that are the most underserved. So to really scale it up and make sure that this is part of our Green New Deal, we really need to see investments putting our low-income impacted communities first, and we really need to see those jobs and the UPTT program scaled up and accelerated. So once we get the SCAPA agreement out the door and $500 million into the cleanest possible energy on the earth, which is energy we're not using, let's focus on the $100 million that we had promised in July to low-income multifamily affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had another card turned in. It just says 8 for Kale Skisen. Is it 8A, B, C? Kale, C-A-L-E-S-K-A-S-E-N? Oh, what item was it? Oh, 8C. We'll call you when 8C
You're on
comes up.
8C? Okay, we'll call on you when we get to 8C. Nancy?
As Nancy comes up, I'd like to cite that this morning it was pretty unanimous in the mayor, the council members, and the board talking about some incredibly hard work that we have to move forward with. And I wanted to cite that we've got some of the best engineers, planners, operators, sustainability staff. And Nancy's going to give a very brief presentation on some of the initial thoughts we've had on how we get from here to there. And she's been instrumental in this effort, and I can't thank her enough for her hard work, as well as all of the other staff that have participated, to just get, again, a very preliminary, some very preliminary thoughts on how we're going to need to update our strategic long-term resource plan. Nancy?
Thank you, and thanks very much. And yeah, so try to go through these slides somewhat quickly, talk a little bit about sort of how we get from here to there, some of our preliminary thoughts. Of course, you know, LADWP has been on the forefront of, as many have said, of helping Los Angeles become the city that it is today through our investments in water and in power. And we've had a lot of successes when it comes to greening our grid and making investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency to help Los Angeles make this very important transition to a low-carbon future. Of course, we've reduced our greenhouse gas emissions well below our 1990 levels and well ahead of the state's goals for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As you've heard, we've increased our percentage of renewable energy from really very little in only a decade ago to 30%. We've made investments in large-scale solar, but also in customer solar, in wind and geothermal. We've commissioned solar and batteries, and of course committed to eliminating coal by 2025 and installed over 1,400 EV chargers in Los Angeles. You can see we're well on our way to both meeting the, we've already met the state's 2030 target for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and by 2030 we'll be almost 80% below 1990 levels, which is the state's 2050 goal. So the investments that we've made in renewable energy have really paid off in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. And as you can see, we've made some very significant investments in renewable energy in wind energy at Pine Tree and solar, and then also building transmission that will help to support these renewable energy goals. So the Barron Ridge Transmission project is one that largely supports our renewable energy projects. We've already heard some about distributed energy and how we're doing around solar. And as you know, Los Angeles was ranked the #1 solar city, and the programs at LADWP that support local solar have included the Solar Incentive Program, which has yielded great results, the feed-in tariff, and more coming on the community solar program, where we've already gone ahead with the solar rooftops and are working to put in place the shared solar. And then we are making significant investments in clean energy, as I said, and you can see that through the end of last calendar year, we've spent almost about $4 billion on renewable energy. But over the next decade, we'll make very great investments in renewable energy, and at the end of 2028, we'll have invested about $16 billion into renewable energy. So as we go forward, this is, as many have said, a complicated topic, and we have to work through all of these sort of co-equal goals here of being green, of providing reliable power and affordable power, as a number of folks mentioned this morning at the press conference. So in taking on that challenge and trying to set this path forward, we'll work on a plan for the local power grid, what we're calling Clean Grid LA, and in putting together that plan, we'll make sure that we ensure the level of reliability that Angelenos have come to expect, that it will be flexible, that it will produce the environmental benefits that everybody wants and that they expect, and that we keep in mind and are sensitive to the rate impacts of the types of choices that we're making and the investments that would follow. The goals of this will be to support the 100% renewable goal and our carbon neutral goals. And we need to take on sort of a lot of things at once, as we've talked about this morning, through investments in our local transmission and distribution system to enhance our grid reliability by seeking out innovative and new technologies that will help us achieve these goals cost effectively, making sure, as a number of speakers have mentioned, that all Angelenos see the benefits of these types of investments, as the mayor announced, phasing out our local fossil fuel generation. And as we develop these plans, really ensuring that there are checkpoints in place where we can ensure grid reliability, again, the reliability that Angelenos have come to expect from LADWP. So in terms of how we're going to get this all done, the first thing that we need to do is sort of work through the issues around the once-through cooling deadlines. So we will be talking with the State Water Resources Control Boards and other state agencies about how we can align the deadlines. This will give us more time to work through some of these plans. And of course, as you've heard this morning, the shift our focus from repowering scattergood and the other in-basin plants and exploring those other clean repowering alternatives. We have a request for information that's being developed to really cast the net widely around distributed energy resources, solar demand response, energy storage, microgrids, and others. We'll have to convene a transmission working group because, as we've presented to this board previously, there's a lot of transmission investments that need to be made locally. And it's both figuring out what we need and how we get it done. And that will really take not just the the sort of engineering answers, which are critically important, but also how do we work with the community to ensure that we can get these projects completed within the time that we need to get it done, and also working with our neighbors to make sure that we're taking advantage of resources that are available regionally. And so we are aiming to sort of put this all down on paper by the end of 2020 in this Clean Grid LA plan that will take into account, incorporate the findings of the 100% renewable study, really hone in on the investments that are needed for the local transmission and distribution grid. We will be updating the goals and the budget for energy efficiency to make sure we're taking advantage of that resource, as well as looking at energy storage. We have some planned upgrades to the pollution control equipment at our existing power plants, which does need to be updated. As you talked about, expanding our ability to acquire distributed energy resources that will help manage the grid. Transportation electrification has got to be part of the strategy. We have to plan for more electric vehicles and make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to support a very aggressive strategy around electrification. Look very much in depth at what it will take to get LADWP to be carbon neutral by 2050, and of course, very importantly, to really understand the financial impacts and rate impacts of all of these decisions so that we can make the best choices on behalf of our ratepayers. And so it will involve a lot of investment around renewable energy of all kinds, around storage, not just batteries, but with a little more time, we can look at other technologies, how distributed energy resources can help to support the grid and support reliability, whether it's energy efficiency or demand response or other types of distributed energy resources. And as we've discussed, the need to make investments in transmission, and particularly looking at the in-basin transmission system and the upgrades that will be necessary to support these investments. And then finally, again, as you've heard this morning, a lot of interest in how we are going to engage the public and engage experts, and what the partnerships will need to get this done. So we will be postponing the 2018 SLTRP and merge that into the 100% renewables, look at that advisory group. We do need some specific advice around transmission, and of course, very important that we partner with labor, with private sector, with energy experts, with the state agencies whose help we will need to get all of this stuff done, and of course, ensuring that we have a robust way to engage the public and really have them be an important part of this process, so that all Angelenos understand what the implications of this are for them and our future. And I think that's it.
That's great.
I think
questions, comments?
Very quickly. No, I embrace how excited most people are about today's announcement. And, this announcement is so preliminary. I applaud you for already coming up with an outline as to the next steps that are going to be required. At this point, as a department, I know that we have spent a lot of time thinking, how are we going to move towards not only meeting but surpassing our clean energy goals? Do we have an idea now what we can anticipate in terms of potential rate increases, how this is going to affect our budget? I think this is a fair question because there's going to be a lot of press about this decision, and I think it's really important to educate our ratepayers and public, as to, the good and the bad that goes with this. Do you have any estimates as to how this will be impacting ratepayers?
Well, at this point, I think not. I don't know, Dave comment, but it is an important, I'm saying important, and we wanted to call it out in terms of how we move forward. And we have some of those tools in place that we've done through the SLTRP and the IRP process, where we can look at costs and try to understand what the cost implications are of various choices. But that's obviously going to be a very important piece going forward.
I think you just nailed it, Nancy. We need some time to develop all this information in the outline, to bring that back, to have a lot more of the impacts, the investments, and everything that we need to do is going to take a little bit of time. But that is outlined here, so we can get that information back to you.
Great.
Brief comment. We learned on the efforts to get beyond coal that the rate impacts vary with time as the markets change and as the technology change. Getting beyond coal at IPP looked very expensive when we first looked at it in 2013. And by the time we moved, it looked like it was a cost advantage and there was no implied extra cost associated with the carbon. So we have some preliminary numbers on the impacts or implied cost of carbon for the once-through cooling, but those numbers weren't final. And there were some issues in the analysis that haven't been worked through yet. And even if we put those numbers out there now, those would evolve as technology changes and energy prices change. So that will be an ongoing effort that needs to be updated regularly.
I want to just add to Commissioner Noonan's request on price and rates. I think it's important that we also account the social cost of what these plans. You laid out a very thoughtful plan. I think it was on slide 12. And one of the things that I would like to see is also what's the cost, what is the cost to people? And in the recent days, I have been getting a lot of comments around the 100% renewable advisory group and how it doesn't really reflect the community of Los Angeles. And it's tough because we have organizations and it's a long conversation about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that perhaps it's not our job to tell organizations who they hire to come and represent them at the department, but I do feel that it's our responsibility to make sure that those communities are also represented and seated on the table. And we have a pretty robust group of different stakeholders. I worry that even all other socioeconomic groups, we see some Latinos even represented in that table, but maybe not so many African Americans, for example, which is extremely important. They represent a huge workforce for us. We're not going away. People of color, we're not going away. And I think it's important to also look at what we're doing moving forward with this plan from an equity lens. We have the equity metrics, which is a great starting point and ending point, a point in general to utilize to make sure that we also account the costs on people and also how we can include more environmental justice and just other diverse communities on this process.
Thank you. We will make sure as we're sort of both constructing any additional advisory groups and certainly in how we interact with the existing advisory groups, and then make sure that we're being thoughtful about the issues that you raised, which are very important, and then also looking for more opportunities for those people who cannot devote the kind of time that we would expect from the advisory group, to make sure that we're providing opportunities as well to engage them in a meaningful way and to gather their input as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to observe that I know it's taken a great deal of time, effort, energy, and thoughtful expertise to bring together a framework that really begins to hone all of our activity into a kind of comprehensive and cohesive plan forward. So I'm looking forward to see the ultimate result of that planning. From my perspective, it appears as if you have captured sort of all of the components of what needs to be looked at and assessed. And I do appreciate your sort of initial slide. I would probably make them all equal, but in any event, the slide that focuses on the environment, that focuses on reliability, and that focuses on cost. And I know that with respect to the first two, there's a lot of clarity about what that looks like, although a lot of work in planning to get from here to there. With respect to cost, I think it's critically important that we be as transparent about that as everything else. I mean, this is not a cheap undertaking, and just based on on the briefings I've received, the investment in grid in order to ensure reliability, which is non-negotiable, will be substantial. To, I think, Arta's point, what is acceptable from a cost perspective is the conversation that we're going to be having with our ratepayers, and very broadly over the next number of years, because there are you pay with their dollars and cents. There are also health issues that people are very sensitive to, and so I don't want to prejudge what that looks like, and certainly I appreciate the observation that it's not possible to pinpoint today as technology continues to develop and other things in the environment, excuse the pun, continue to change and morph. But I am very excited about what is the really hard and less than flashy and painstaking work that's outlined in your in the framework that you've described, that gets us from where we sit today to where we hope to be, not just by 2029, but 2045 and beyond. And so thank you. And again, I do know that the inputs into this thinking have been pretty broad across our leadership on the power side, as well as the sustainability side. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Other comments, other questions? Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
8B is microgrid and energy storage. We have one comment card on that. Why don't we call the comment card and then go to the presentation?
Okay, the speaker for 8B is Dave Shukla.
Good morning, Chair, Board, and staff of DWP. My name is Dave Shukla, and I grew up a stone's throw from the Haynes facility in Long Beach. I would also like to thank you for the commitment today to a clean energy future and the effective transition to 100% renewable energy. As we know, coastal generating facilities present a unique problem for converting our your service territory's transmission system to a more distributed and as well as reliable framework. Centralized nodes like the Haynes facility, just in virtue of their position in land use as well as their function in generation and load balancing, provide somewhat of an alluring prospect for concentrating and thereby keeping locked in and centralized storage as well as transmission. I urge you to consider in the planning of the targeting of investments to green the grid in your service territory as well as in the broader county context, some of the immediate co-benefits that can be used, that can be attained by looking at some of the health, environmental, as well as social benefits from using existing county as well as city facilities, and hopefully be able to partner with cities like Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have one additional card for 8B.
Okay.
Kyle Cherrick.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak one more time. Just wanted to add on to my previous comments about relevant to microgrid and energy storage. So with our managed marketplace and other programs that other companies are doing around the country, we're able to deploy smart devices in homes that are electrified, they're clean, they're not burning natural gas, and they're grid responsive. So this is all happening as we deploy technology like electric hot water heaters, smart charging stations for electric vehicles, batteries, air source heat pumps for electrified HVAC. All of those things now have the Internet of Things kind of technology to talk to each other and to talk to the platforms that can work with the grid and can charge with the solar energy when it's maximized from the grid. So we're excited to be working in the city of LA. Our offices are right over at the LA Clean Tech Incubator. We'd love to invite you back. I'm sure you've been there, but we'd love to show you some of the pilots that we're working on. We're going to be launching more of them soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And that was the last card for 8B?
Okay.
Sorry, I think D is more appropriate for mine.
Oh.
That's all right.
Okay, he's
Oh,
moving
from the C, okay. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Then Kale Skasson?
I'm sorry. Thank you for being flexible, and I just want to say thank you for this announcement this morning. I think it's an absolute fantastic step in the right direction. My name is Kale Skagen. I'm a project manager for a local solar contractor in Los Angeles. Fairly new to the industry, but it's a very exciting time to be a part of the industry. And on the topic of microgrid and distributed energy sources, the technology is rapidly being deployed right now in homes on a very small level for microgrid and distributed technology. I know grid-connected solar is nothing new, but grid-connected battery storage in homes is fairly new. And it's oftentimes a long process to get these systems turned on and interconnected. Sometimes it's fast in the matter of days, and sometimes it actually is months. And it seems to be a little rhyme or reason, to when these do get connected and actually given permission to operate. So it presents a large soft cost in the installation process because, sometimes someone's waiting for a long time, and that's energy that everybody loses out on getting. So I know there is a solar working group that meets every month, and I do appreciate that these discussions are being made. And I just ask you to please continue to focus on streamlining the process of getting these technologies implemented, because the general public is very enthusiastic about the plans, and I've installed systems that are actually 100% renewable and self-sustaining, and they're small, but they exist. So I appreciate your guys' help in installing more of this technology. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last card for 8B.
Okay.
So, Commissioners, I'm going to ask our panel to come up. About a year ago, we introduced 16 new managers to you. And I'm proud to say that they have all excelled in their new management roles. And we have 3 of them here to present before you now. So we have Mr. Jason Rondow, Ms. Lori Morris, and Mr. Vincent Zabukovic, who will talk to you about microgrids and energy storage.
Commissioners, good afternoon. It's just past 12 o'clock, but we hope we have an exciting presentation for you today. Again, none of these items are up for vote, but we think this will be a great opportunity for us to talk about some of the exciting things we've been doing here at the department.
Could you please speak
Jason
closer to the mic?
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. So today we'll be discussing some of the projects we've been working on for microgrids, as well as some of the energy storage solutions that we've been looking at. First off is I want to move to the next slide to really get an idea as far as what a microgrid really is composed of. It's really a group of distributed energy resources that serves a load within a defined electrical boundary that can be controlled by a central controller to monitor loads and efficiently provide energy to those loads. Some of the benefits that we receive from these various microgrids.
Can I go back to that first slide and just ask you how broad can the clearly defined electrical boundary be?
Typically, most of these microgrids are within, like, for example, a single premises. The ones that we have seen deployed as far as in our service territory have been focused on one customer's site, but potentially other places throughout the country might have it in a campus environment to serve, say, for example, a military installation or something of that nature. so it can range it broadly.
Got it. Thank you.
So the microgrid really is one of the technology that's been around for since actually 1955. A lot of people didn't understand that this is not a newer technology, but the advancement of the controller has evolved since then. But in Indiana, refinery actually was one of the first microgrid installations, according to Pike Research. And since 2012, after Superstorm Sandy, that really popularized the microgrids and providing some resiliency to some of the customers. So the renewable resources can also provide some degree of sustainability. They would use renewable resources such as photovoltaics or wind, and in some cases, in other parts of the country, some geothermal and other renewable resources. But some of these microgrids also rely on gas generators as well for sustained outages that they might experience during the grid. This allows the customer to act not only as a consumer of electricity but also a producer, which gives them the opportunity, as some of the gentlemen were mentioning earlier, to provide green electrons to serve themselves and possibly their neighbors. This quote from David Chisa was, who is S&C Electric's Director of Global Business Development, really puts an emphasis on the complexity of these microgrids. So a solar plant by itself may just have one distributed energy resource, whereas a microgrid can have multiple resources. It could have electric vehicle chargers, it could have solar, it could have battery storage, and other resources that are there to supply that customer's particular need. In addition, they have specific purposes in mind typically. They might be there for shaving the load off the customer's peak. They could also be there for providing energy in the case of a grid outage if they have critical load to serve. So some of the challenges that LADWP and others will face with deployment of microgrids is really is comprehending the specialization, the customization of the microgrids to serve the loads. These systems oftentimes have to communicate to other distributed energy resources through wireless communication or through hardwire communication, and they often have to be secure so that they're not susceptible to outside hacking or things of that nature. These distributed energy resources must also be integrated with the microgrids. So what they have to do is they have to be able to work in sync. So you have to be able to, if you have overgeneration, for example, you don't want to continue to generate electrons onto the grid. You want to be able to store that energy, so they have to be coordinated closely with other resources on that microgrid or that are attached to the regular utility grid. The technical requirements, basically, in order to ensure that our customers can be served in a manner that's done safely, we must make sure that they have a standard for our utility, which is to have a disconnect switch, and also that they're inspected and made sure to fulfill the LADWP's service requirements. And then, of course, building and safety has to review these to make sure that they're fulfilling other electrical code requirements. The metering of these facilities is also a challenge because in some cases you might have multiple resources that have to be monitored to determine what their output is in order for them to be billed correctly, and also to determine what additional generation the grid has to provide in case those resources are not available. So I recently visited a microgrid over in the City of Commerce, and this microgrid, one of the things to keep in mind, it wasn't 100% available because during a cloudy day, there were several cloudy days, and they were dependent on the utility grid to provide the electricity in the event that they didn't have enough storage to supply that essential load. Some of the other utility considerations that I wanted to mention, we need to make sure that the community, we talked about social costs and things of that nature, but we need to make sure that those social costs as well as the utilities needs are met. And so we can look at, for example, demand response, so how that microgrid can be connected in such a way to provide demand response, and also look at opportunities for joint ventures with other DER providers to supply those needs. We also have to look at a control system. So right now we're looking at a distributed energy resource monitoring system that will be able to communicate to various DERs on the system in addition to these microgrids. So with the advent of this system, we'll be able to monitor and control some of these devices that would provide a great impact to the grid. And then I already mentioned the integration, but again, these need to really be closely choreographed, and they do involve a lot of testing and studies in order to make sure that these DERs can provide the grid's needs in terms of both resource adequacy as well as reliability. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we're continuing to promote safety and reliability and also potential sustainability. And what that means is that we have to look at, as these microgrids continue to evolve in their technology, we have to look at what opportunities are there to provide that additional resiliency in terms of if there's a grid outage or something of that nature, the customers can be provided quick restoration, as well as keeping safety in mind for our operators, that when they have to respond to an outage to restore electricity to the grid, that they're not negatively exposed to some of the hazards that might be involved. So this, the picture on the lower right of the screen really shows just some of the interfaces that go along with all the DERs and how they're connected to the grid. And this disconnect switch can actually sense when the grid goes out and then transfer energy to the microgrid resources, or it can be operated in an islanded mode and then utilize the grid in terms of as a backup energy resource. We just want to talk briefly about the rates real quickly. There are current rates that are available for some of our smaller connected microgrids. So systems that are below 1 megawatt for these solar connected customers, they can apply for the net energy metering rate. In addition, cogeneration rates are available for some of the customers that may have systems over 1 megawatt, or that they have non-renewable resources, although we are emphasizing the need to add more renewables onto the grid and not go back to the ways of before. There's also the California Public Utilities Commission has offered a small generator incentive program to customers that want to apply for battery storage. And we do have an interconnection process for connecting batteries as well. And we are always looking for ways to streamline that process. And then, of course, the thermal storage is a program that's available through the custom performance program, and that's available to some of our commercial customers. So this slide really shows that we've been deploying microgrid-like type resources onto our grid, so it's not something new to us. We do the renewable resource microgrids are something that we're looking to deploy, and we have deployed, and Jason's going to talk about that in a moment. But some of the larger cogeneration plants, like the one shown here in the picture of UCLA, this one was basically a cogenerator that had 3 turbines that would supply most of the load on the campus. Of course, as the campus of UCLA has added more and more renewable resources, they're less dependent on some of these gas generators. And then, of course, we have the LAWA. They have 2 turbines that supply roughly over 9 megawatts of energy. And then LA Sanitation also has a plant that was commissioned in 2017 that supplies just over 20 megawatts of energy that can supply most of the load on their campus. This slide, I just want to mention that Senate Bill 1339 was authored by Senator Henry Stern back in 2018, and it was approved by the governor. And so we were required to come up with some interconnection process for microgrids as well as various rates. And what I want to mention in this slide is that we have various rates for the individual components of the microgrid. Of course, we're looking for ways to streamline those processes to really reduce barriers for microgrids to join onto our system. And we also, some of these processes such as energy storage and demand response, they're actually, there's an application process. Those are not actually physically interconnected, but they're part of the customer's behind the meter energy. So, and again, I mentioned the energy storage piece for the battery, but we're looking at rates for battery storage as well in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason Rondu to talk about one of the past projects for microgrids and our plan for future microgrid projects.
Jason Rondu, Manager of Strategic Programs and Development. I want to talk to you about a number of projects that we've done. You know, you saw some of the drivers, some of the constraints, some of the benefits. But regardless of all that, we've gotten a little bit of a head start and tried to play a leadership role in encouraging this and deploying some of these types of projects. So the first one that I want to talk about is Fire Station 28. And I think you'll start to see, there's a quote earlier about how these are not really a one-size-fits-all. They can vary pretty substantially, and you'll see that in just a moment here. Fire Station 28 is obviously a critical facility for the city of Los Angeles, and LADWP played a leadership role in deploying solar and storage at that facility. We have plans to expand the solar there and put some electric vehicles there as well, but that's actually in operation today. One really interesting anecdote here is since that actually went live, there have been a couple brief outages at that facility, and because of the system, they were able to ride through that, and there was no interruption to power. And why that's significant is whether they would have lost power, they didn't, but they could have also turned on a diesel generator, and so that actually helps with local emissions as well. So it's a small, but we think it's a very significant project for the city, and obviously, and you'll see in a moment, these can actually vary pretty significantly. So on the next slide, La Crête. So many of you have been here, and if you haven't, you've definitely heard a heck of a lot about it. There's a pretty large solar system here as well, and there's actually a battery here, and this is used for a little bit different purposes. This does some peak shaving. We also have a number of electric vehicles here as well. And you know, just like the fire station, we do expect to expand the installation here and potentially put a different type of battery and expand the storage here as well. And so you can see these locations have very different levels of criticality. They have very different sizes. There's a big difference in roof space. And when it comes to the design and the cost of these can actually vary pretty substantially. So on the next slide, so this, for those of us who were downstairs earlier today, this was kind of right behind us. And this installation just 2 weeks ago turned 18 years old. So this small solar installation is very significant for us, and it's an adult now. It's 18. So the reason I stress that is, and you'll see in a moment, I'm going to talk about storage a little bit more. The reason I stress that is this is a solar installation. These last a long time. When you get to batteries and other technologies, the maintenance and the disposal costs can actually get pretty large. So here at the JFB, we do plan to put in, and this board recently just approved a proposal for a 200 kilowatt battery installation back in November. So We're very proud of that, and as we all know, there's a number of electric vehicle charging stations here as well that are available to the public. And so what that means is we're going to have to get a system pretty soon here to be able to balance all of that, all the variable load, and to be able to control and predict the consumption of that, and to dispatch the storage in a way that's most optimal for this location. So I think you're slowly starting to see these vary pretty significantly. And so now I want to get to a proposed project that we have, and we have some pretty good news about this that I'll share in a moment here. But this is a facility down in South LA, just a few blocks away from Watts, and it's a Rec and Parks facility that we've been working very closely with Rec and Parks to develop. It's a cooling center, so in high heat days or in days where there might be a local outage, as rare as those might be, folks that live in this area can actually come here and get shade, get air conditioning, and get out of the heat. And so what we've done is we've identified an ADA compliant site, and we're proposing to put solar and storage at this facility. And so in the event of a grid outage, again, unlikely that it may be, this would be a very visible to the community, and it would be a very important project for us. Another interesting component of this is a portion of the energy that would be generated here would actually be in the shared solar portfolio. So this is a project that started engineering actually this past fall, and we hope to start construction on this in the summer. In addition to this, we're working with Rec and Parks to identify other projects throughout the city that could be and serve a similar function as this, such as Pacoima, Wilmington, and Boyle Heights. And so when it comes to identifying these, the calculus that goes into that, there isn't a industry-wide framework that makes it easy to identify these things. When you look at the vulnerability of communities and things of that nature, it's not just dollars and cents that factors into it. And so what DWP is doing is we're working with a number of other utilities to try to figure out what are the metrics that we can develop that would help us identify sites like these. So we're not waiting for that framework to exist. We're still starting on some of these demonstration projects, but I thought it was important to mention that it's when it comes to resiliency and things of that nature, and you've got a whole new set of metrics that would be important to that. So moving on from that, and actually before I move on from that, we just recently found out that the city's Innovation Commission will be providing a grant to help us expand the solar at that location to help offset the bill for the Rec and Parks facility. So LADWP gets a great solar and storage asset of it. A small portion of that would be part of the shared solar program, and then another small portion of that would actually help reduce the cost for the Rec and Parks facility. So we think that's a very, very important, and you're starting to see a little bit more complex project for the city, but nonetheless very, very exciting. So lastly on the sort of microgrid examples is the LA Zoo project that we're trying to work with the zoo to get done. And so for those of us who have been there, we know that there's a whole heck of a lot of parking lot. That would be a fantastic place to host solar. It would also be great to provide shade in the summer for folks in that area as well. And many of us know that there's a decommissioned fuel cell, natural gas fuel cell that's decommissioned that's really close to the zoo there. So we've got a great footprint to be able to put a battery storage project there. So there are a couple things that we need to work through with the zoo, such as securing funding so that they can pay to have their parking lot resurfaced. And if they're able to get that done, then I think this would be a fantastic project for us and for the city. So I want to move on to energy storage and some of the drivers. And as we learned today, the list of drivers are going to, they're just going to grow. But just to do a really quick recap, Assembly Bill 2514, we adopted a 178 megawatt goal by 2021. And then our strategic long-term plan took that a step further and identified a over 400 megawatt goal for 2025. Another of the key drivers, and I'll talk more about this in a second, is Senate Bill 801, which asked us to look at the feasibility of doing a very, very large grid-scale solar and storage project and determine when and if it would be cost-effective for us to do. And I'll tell you kind of the results of that in just a quick moment. And just to recap some of the accomplishments that we've made around energy storage is as many of you know, we've got 35,000 customers that have solar, and that's all the way down from the smallest residential installation to the largest commercial. 500 customers now either have storage with solar or in the process of doing that. And as has been mentioned earlier today, our new business division is working very, very closely with the industry to identify ways to make storage much easier to actually get interconnected in the city of LA. On the larger scale side, the Beacon Battery Energy Storage System, 20 megawatt, 10 megawatt hour system was recently commissioned this past year, and I'll show you a fantastic picture of that in just a moment. And then the last item here is the upgrade to our Castaic power plant. And I think it was mentioned earlier today how important that project is to balancing renewables on a larger scale. We're very fortunate to have that. That helps us address that long-term storage challenge that we have. So moving on to the Beacon battery installation. So this sits on a little bit less than an acre of property. And I want you to just take a look at this and think about the size of this. And this is a 10 megawatt hour project, and I'll tell you why this is important for us in a second. We just recently launched this. This helps us balance our load. It helps us respond to fluctuations that are associated with renewable energy. And we're very proud of this. It's our first utility scale project, but we're going to take that a step further. And so I talked about Senate Bill 801 a moment ago, and again, this is a 10 megawatt hour project. And Senate Bill 801 asked us to look at a much, much larger installation. That would be something on the order of magnitude of 20 to 40 times the size of what you just saw. And so what this chart says, and you don't have to look through it, I'll just briefly explain it to you, is it looks at the cost benefit year by year of doing a solar plus storage project. So if we were to do it today, it would be more costly than it would be of benefit to us. If we were to do it in 2022, and that's where that dotted red line intersects that, the cost line, if we were to do it in 2022, that's where we actually start to see some benefit. And so that doesn't mean we're waiting until 2022 to actually pursue a project of this magnitude. We're working right now and negotiating with developers, and we hope to bring to you later this year a proposal for a very, very large, up to 400 megawatt hour battery, which again, could be 20 to 40 times the size of what you just previously saw. So it's something we're very, very excited about, and there's quite a bit more to come on that front. So lastly, I'd just like to reiterate, again, we're trying to be straightforward with a lot of the challenges here, and Vincent mentioned that this is not really a one-size-fits-all thing, and I think you saw that with the various examples that I gave you. But one of the other challenges that we have to recognize is that the disposal of the battery life issue. I had mentioned that the solar installation just right outside here has been in operation for 18 years with very, very little maintenance, inexpensive maintenance. But when it comes to storage, you're talking about a battery life that lasts 7 to 10 years, depending on how it's used. So if it's used more often, it'll last a little bit longer. The rest of the world, there's parts of Europe that have much, much more developed industries around recycling, and North America is not quite yet there. And so what that means for us is when we go and seek either contracts or to purchase batteries, we have to factor in that cost, which can be expensive. And just to give you a rough order of magnitude, the overall storage industry in the United States, about 700 megawatts of that is batteries like the one I just showed you. 24,000, so more than 25 times as much, is pumped storage. So when you think about storage in the United States, lithium-ion and other electrochemical technologies are a much smaller share of them. Now that's obviously going to change. There's going to be a huge growth there, but just to give you a sense of where we're at. So with that, I'll hand it off to Lori to talk about another large-scale storage application.
Okay, I have one quick question, just for your last comment. During our last board meeting, I forgot who it was, but I believe it was somebody from the public spoke about San Diego having the largest battery storage facility. And I had asked the department to provide a case study on what they're doing right, what they've learned from that experience. Just to tie an additional thing into that request, I also would like to understand what they're doing about their recycling plans.
Yep.
Because, obviously they've made a huge investment if they are the largest battery storage center. And so I'd like to see what they're doing and see what we can learn from them.
Yeah, we will do that. The I know the response with regards to San Diego and Australia is if it's not in your packet today, it will be on the next board meeting, and we'll work to address the recycling issue on that as well.
Okay, great. Thank
Yep,
you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Lori Moorish, the manager of External Generation Projects, and I'm going to briefly discuss compressed air energy storage. Just talk about what it is, the 2 existing plants in the world, a proposed pilot project at IPP, and then LADWP's next steps. So here we have a picture of just a typical case. What you need, what exactly is CASE? It's a technology that stores energy in the form of compressed air. And so you take a typical generating unit and you split up the process into 2 distinct independent processes. You also need a way to store the compressed air that you would grab. So basically what you need is to either build a container or be near a natural resource like a geological trap, as in the picture, a salt dome that you can carve out a cavern. So you would have the first process. You would take energy off of a grid, or as it's shown here, from renewables, use a motor to compress the air, and then put it into your cavern or your storage facility. You can then at a later time use that compressed air through a turbine generator and generate the energy. And so what this does, it gives you the ability to time shift your energy. This is something that LADWP is going to need the more and more we bring in renewables, because the renewables come when they come. And they may come at a time when we have a little bit too much, so we would have an overgeneration problem. We can then store that energy and then use it when the renewables basically fall off. So now I'm going to describe the 2 existing plants. The first plant was commissioned in 1978 in Hanford, Germany. The 1 unit, 290 megawatts, and the 2 salt caverns allows for a discharge of 4 hours at full peak, and then an additional 10 hours of increasing reduced load. What they have over there at Germany, they introduced lots of wind. And so they introduced this plant in order to bring in their wind into their bulk electric system. They're able to charge for 12 hours and, like I said, discharge up to over 14 hours. They store their energy from their excess wind and then use it when the wind drops off. They also use this unit for black start. That means if their system happens to go down, they can use the compressed air to start this unit and then restart their bulk electric system. This unit can also be used for regulatory requirements of spinning reserve and frequency response. The second plant that was built was in the U.S. in McIntosh, Alabama. It was commissioned in 1991. It's 1 unit, 110 megawatts. And its 1 salt cavern has enough capacity that it allows for full discharge of 26 hours at 110 megawatts. Their source there is nuclear, and they use that again to time shift. Nuclear energy, it just has a limit, and you can't go below that limit. And when they have too much, they're able to store it, and then they're able to use it when their load picks up. Again, they use their energy shift, as well as they use it for regulatory requirements of spinning reserve and for frequency response. And now I'm going to talk about the possible pilot project at IPP. Jason has already talked about the need for large-scale storage, something that is particularly unique to the IPP area that is similar to the 2 plants in Alabama and in Germany, is that IPP is sitting over a salt dome. Now, you don't necessarily need a salt dome, but it could get pretty expensive to try to build outside storage for something like this, or to find another geological trap for such gas as compressed air. But it's the ideal site. Number 1, it is sitting on a salt dome. Number 2, it is centrally located to a lot of natural resources, solar and geothermal in the local area, as well as the possibility of wind from the Midwest and hydro from the north, can be used at IPP to store and then bring it down the southern transmission system into the Southern California area. And again, that is another plus is that we are a participant in IPP and that we can use that Southern Transmission System to bring in these renewables. Another thing that is really good in terms of IPP being an ideal site is there's a lot of space there. One of the issues we have with integrating more and more renewables is trying to find the space to be able to put in large-scale storage. So it's scalable. You're limited only by your imagination and how much money you may have. So what has LADWP done? We have issued an RFP through SCAPA, and the purpose of this was to gather technical assessments and related cost information about CASE, its technology, and its ability to help our issue of large-scale storage. In that RFP, we asked for a size of more than 100 megawatts, with the potential of the unit being able to use alternative fuels. This is something that could possibly be done at the IPP site. Again, we have the ability to gather with other IPP participants there, and it would be a really good idea for LADWP to diversify its ability to store energy. And next slide. So what are LADWP's next steps? In terms of this RFP, we are currently in the evaluation bid process. The Energy Storage and New Technology Group has been working with EPRI to do studies while they're in the midst of the evaluations. And part of these studies are to really see what are these differing case configurations, how can these configurations help DWP's need for the large-scale storage, and exactly what it is that we need to do. The plan is to finish these evaluations by this coming April of 2019, and then start the negotiation process. During this process, there's going to be a lot of decisions that need to be made. Specifically, where are we really going to put this? We would have to talk with all of the IPP participants. If it's going to be on the IPP land, there's a lot of land around there. The salt dome is pretty big, but it would be very beneficial to the IPP participants, but we would need to discuss it with them. Other things that we would need to talk about exactly how would the contract look, and other decisions that would need to be made during that possible year negotiation period. After the negotiation period, we would have the possibility of coming to the LADWP board and the LA City Council for consideration of whatever the contract would look like. Within a couple of months, hopefully be able to award a contract with a possible case in service in November of 2025. So this is an opportunity for DWP to look at what CASE could do for us. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Barad.
Thank you. In talking about LaCretz, which I think is really exciting, are they developing smart meters, and what is your timeline with smart meters?
I don't have information on a timeline for smart meters, but I believe there might be a presentation later on distribution automation, and they might be able to address that. In terms of LaCretz's role, I'm not really certain with that. I can say that we do hope to launch a residential demand response program next year. We'll be obviously taking that to board when the time it comes for that.
That's a pilot program?
It would be, it potentially could be quite a bit more. It really depends. And the reason I bring that up is we don't anticipate needing advanced meters to be able to launch that program. So in terms of that being an immediate roadblock for that particular application, we don't see that being. But in terms of any additional detail on metering, I wouldn't have that.
But you say that LaCretz is not working?
I'm not sure what their role is.
As Jason mentioned, we have an item, the next one, 8C. Distribution automation is a piece of that smart grid effort that we need to move towards. So we do have a presentation on part of that in the next item.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for your presentation. It was really quite informative, and to just underscore how excited I am about the potential compressed air energy storage, demonstration or site at IPP. So look forward to hearing more about that. And looks like Alabama's a lot closer to Germany. So if there were any, site visits required. But in any event, no, this is, I'm always excited to see the forward thinking that's going on all the time, and know that it's this kind of work that makes it possible for us to pursue our most ambitious goals. And so thank you for your time and for this particular presentation.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Vasquez. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for taking the time to walking us through this process, which I believe is going to be really important and intricate to being able to answer the how we're going to get there of this morning's announcement. If we can go back to page 5. There you go. So I really appreciate the challenges and exposing the challenges and the technical requirements. Something that struck my attention was that microgrids are very specialized and tailored to customer needs. Whereas a utility, this is what we do at the core of our business, is to tailor to our customer needs.
Right.
So, and throughout the presentation, you give some really exciting examples of other places, some stuff that we have done that have kind of worked and such. What are some of the ideas, if you may have them now? It's possible that you don't have them right now. What are some of the ideas that you have in specifically on tailoring this type of technology and this type of just microgrids and energy storage to customer needs?
Good question, Commissioner. One of the ways we can look at tailoring this to the specific needs is similar to looking at opportunities to work with these customers, such as we talked about first responders like the fire station. We talked about cooling centers, Green Meadows, for example. But we can look at other opportunities that would be a benefit to our customers as well as to the grid. So there might be opportunities for combinations of solar and battery storage along with electric vehicles. For example, we do have quite a bit of grid electrification going on with some of our mass transit systems. So we can look at opportunities to install batteries and things of that nature to help augment some of the utility, how much energy the utility can provide.
Okay. Are you a ratepayer?
No.
Okay. Are you a ratepayer, Jason? You are, I think.
Well, yes. When I remember to pay the bill, I'm a ratepayer.
This is not a tricky question. Are you a ratepayer
Yes,
also, ma'am? I'm a ratepayer also. And one of the things that I would like to see in microgrids is microgrids created in my community, in my neighborhood, but for my church, and for my fire station, and for my supermarket. I think that that's what's really going to transform this utility, because we all live here, and yes, we can transform the zoo, and we can transform the parks, which are parks, sadly, in a lot of places, especially in communities of color and low-income communities, there are not a lot of parks, in fact. Sadly. This isn't our fault or yours or mine, but that's just sadly how it is today. So I invite you to think about how we can make this accessible and tailored to our customers' needs. Ratepayers, people that live in homes, people that live in multifamily, how we can make a bundle between solar energy efficiency, solar, battery storage, electrical vehicles infrastructure, and other things possible for the everyday Angelino. This shouldn't be something that is for wealthy folks or such. And microgrids obviously entail a little more capacity, right? They're a little bigger. Working with our schools, for example, I think it will be exciting to work with our schools and to figure out how we can identify places where there are schools, supermarkets, churches, and other malls, shopping centers that are and combine really see this. So I I really encourage you to think about more of the everyday people besides, these other very examples that are easy to catch. Also, in the end of life, can we move to page 19, if you will, please, or to slide 19? There you go. So this is actually a pretty controversial topic. I hear it a lot from the very people that are advocating for this type of technologies and this type of, to see more distributed generation in Los Angeles. So I don't have all the answers, but even yesterday, as some of the reports in the news about the announcement, some people messaged me and said, if you're going to do all battery storage, make sure that you know the end of life and how are we going to recycle. So I appreciate that you mentioned this piece because I think it's going to be as important as building the microgrids itself. Right. Together with the comment from Commissioner Barat, I think is extremely important. And in the last budget, we allocated a pretty healthy sum for smart grids, smart meters. Or I think we have a better terminology for it. I don't want to call it a smart meter because it's not just a smart meter. And I think it's extremely important to also figure it out how to integrate it to a smart grid, a microgrid, and battery storage so that we can better be informed of how much generation and how much demand we're having. So those are my points for now. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to working with you and learning more about this subject and figuring out how we can do this in the limited amount of time that we have, and being able to deliver exactly what customers want to see, which is something that benefits them. Thank you.
Welcome. Dr. Pickle.
One question. Does DWP have a standardized spec for smart inverters that would integrate battery and solar and possibly a backup generator?
Currently, we're in the final processes of speccing out a smart inverter for both right now for solar and then eventually for batteries. Right now we're tailoring ours similar to SCE's for Rule 21. So it has volt-var optimization and things of that nature.
So it's similar to the CPUC standard in that area?
Correct.
Have we thought about adopting the CPUC standard in its entirety?
Yeah, we will be looking into that. So that's something that my DER planning team will investigate.
That'd be great, because standardization is the biggest single economic incentive toward smaller smart grids. And I'd also like to compliment DWP for looking at compressed air energy storage. There are lots of variations. The challenge is if we were the next one to build, we'd be serial number 3. And there seem to be long gaps. I know people that have tried to build a very large one in Norton, Ohio, based on a salt mine. And it would varied in maximum size from maximum size of 2,000 megawatts with 80 hours of storage to 8,000 megawatts with 12-hour charge and storage cycles. So they can be quite large. These very large ones burn natural gas on the discharge of the air from the storage cavern.
Well, I was just, one final comment, I'm sorry, Mel, but the interesting challenge of doing all of your thinking in public and the process of, sort of the iterative process of the presentations, I think is something that I'm very sensitive to, which is why I'm just pleased to see the work as it takes place, recognizing that this is where we start, and this is an ongoing investigation that will result in I think, important and impactful decision-making that's consistent with our overall vision. And so, as I go through the report and listen to the presentation, I was simply very pleased to see everything on the table and to see a fair presentation of both the opportunities and the challenges involved. So thank you.
I just join in complimenting and thanking you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Distribution automation, we have one speaker card for that item.
Oh, he already spoke under B.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's
He
right.
moved up to B. Okay. Distribution automation, 8C.
So commissioners, as Jeff brings his team up to talk to us about distribution automation, I just wanted to say, as one of the longer tenured members of the power system, which is kind of a fancy way of saying one of the oldest, I just want to say I'm excited about this new direction and this new challenge. The department has a history of doing things like this and accomplishing things that people didn't think could be done. While I'm closer to the end of my career than the beginning, it's really exciting. It's motivating. And, the fact that it's going to be difficult will make that accomplishment that much greater when we get there, and we will. So I know working with Reiko, I'm excited about that. Truly one of the smartest women I know and have ever worked with, and so I'm looking forward to this. And I know our team, we have the best team, bar none, and so we will get there. So with that, distribution automation, Mr. Jeff Caravu, Brian Wilbur, and I'm going to butcher it, Emil Abdel Shahid.
Good job. Thank you. Very good. Thank you, Andy, and thank you, commissioners. We're very pleased to be here today to talk to you about distribution automation. This program is an important piece to our technological future here at the department. The functionality, the operational values, along with the visibility just to our power system, and this is a key part of it. The main purpose of this project, and the cornerstone, I would say, is building out the communication system, which is the foundation for our future. This communication system that we'll be able to put our future smart meters that have been discussed in previous discussion earlier. So there's a lot of bright things in our future here with this. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Emil. And he's going to go through the slide deck and kind of give us a high-level overview of distribution automation.
Thank you. So as Jeff mentioned, today we're here to introduce LADWP's distribution automation program and how we plan on building a digital bridge to each one of our customers. So today we're going to talk to you about, introduce the concept of distribution automation and how it's going to lead us into our smart grid efforts. Talk a little bit about why we need distribution automation here at DWP, where we are today, where we want to be, and a little bit about the progress that we've made so far. So distribution automation can mean different things to different utilities, but there's a few essential components that are common. First, it begins with a reliable and secure, robust two-way communication network that talks to sensors and devices that are located at strategic locations in the field. These devices provide us information that allow us to perform more strategic system and equipment health monitoring, and allows for more effective management of our distribution system by providing this information to the systems that our operators use on a day in and day out basis. Additionally, it provides us the platform that's going to allow us to start deploying smart meters. So the communication system has always been part of our smart grid roadmap. It is one of the pillars of distribution automation and smart grid. And it allows us to start collecting data from sensors and devices that we install in the field, as well as issue controls to those devices in the field. It allows us to start deploying smart meters across the service territory. The data that it brings back will help us improve our outage response by providing granular data to our operators, so that it's more easier for them to pinpoint where outages are and deploy crews more efficiently, therefore providing enhanced operations as well. So why do we need distribution automation? So we want to improve our electric distribution system by minimizing the impact of unplanned outages across the service territory. Additionally, we want to increase our system operational efficiency by creating a mechanism that allows for better automatic device coordination in the field. With more data that's coming back from these devices, it allows our operators to have more situational awareness of what's in the field, providing them more grid visibility and overall efficiency. And ultimately, we want to reduce the frequency and duration of unplanned outages and improve our ability to more accurately pinpoint where they are. And all this granular data from our distribution network will allow us to prevent these outages and therefore improve our customer service. So the current state of our distribution operations, we have substations that have the technology and are remotely monitored and controlled. Distribution automation is really focusing on the middle mile, from the edge of the substation to the edge of the home. There's little to no visibility in that middle mile. And just to give you an idea of the scope of what that middle mile comprises of, it comprises of more than 2,300 distribution circuits, both on the 4.8 and 34.5 kV systems. So automating that middle mile is not a easy or a small task. So what we look forward to with the future of the distribution operations is a secure and reliable communication network that's going to be deployed throughout LEDP service territory, owned and operated by the utility, that allows us to communicate to sensors and devices that are installed in strategic locations, such as worst performing circuits, that allows us to bring field data to the various systems. As you can see here, the photo to the bottom left, that's an example of one of our line monitors. I have a sample of it here. It's in a clear case, so you can see the internals of it. And we'll talk a little bit more about it in one of our slides. On the right-hand side, this is a picture of an automated switch. They can vary, so this is just a sample. And the future of this, the future that we vision is using this communication network to begin deploying smart meters. It allows us to select the right meter and begin moving forward with that. Additionally, it provides us opportunities to start looking at different smart city initiatives and collaborate with city departments. So just a quick update on our timeline from a high level. We initiated the program in July of 2018. We've been going through the procurement process. We're currently nearing the end of our evaluation process and looking to make a recommendation of award. And right in the middle of our planning process, where we're trying to outline all the details of our scope, schedule, budget, so we can move this project forward. The diamonds in the timeline reflect those moments where we will be going to our steering committee to request approval to proceed to the next phase of the project.
I have one question. For the longest time, when I kept asking about when are we going to start implementing smart meters, the response was always like, well, the technology is always changing. You know, there's new and better models coming out. So now that you are focusing on procurement, how have you decided to formulate the bid? Are you finally pleased with where the technology is? And what kind of a meter are you going to be bidding?
So we're at in terms of technology, DWP is at an advantage because of where we are coming in. A lot of these vendors have went through the first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation of their technology. So we're able to benefit from that. So really the decision on the communication platform will allow us to decide what meters we're going to procure, because those meters, the requirement is that those meters need to communicate on that same platform.
And approximately how many meters do you think fit that bill?
Well, the communication system is going to, we're going to deploy the communication system in anticipation of a full deployment of smart meters. So we'll have the capacity to do that. The timing of when those meters will be deployed is being determined during the planning process.
Yeah, I just think, you know, we have to be very smart about having flexibility with the meters, because we don't want to fall into the same situation that we've had with other procurement bids, where there's only one piece of equipment that works with our technology, and so we're married to that equipment forever. And unfortunately, we've been in situations where those vendors take advantage of that knowledge, and so I want us to be very transparent about how we're going about the procurement process.
Having an agnostic platform is very important to us.
And that's one of the key components of our RFP, is making sure that everything remains agnostic so that we have multiple choices to go through this, so we're not just stuck to that one vendor.
Perfect.
So moving into some of the progress and accomplishments we've made thus far. So you saw what this line monitor looks like, where you see these red arrows indicates a few locations where we've actually installed these line monitors. These were installed on December 11th on various locations on our 34.5 system. And they were all installed by DWP crews. It's important to us that we provide the training, coaching, mentoring, and knowledge transfer for our DWP employees to be able to own and operate the system as we move forward and develop part of that cultural change in implementing this program. And we're beginning to bring this data into our operational system so that our operators can use it and make better decisions with the information that they have. So this process is ongoing. We have more units that are going to be deployed in the future. Additionally, as part of our progress and accomplishments, we've had sign-off from the division directors that are major stakeholders and divisions are going to be impacted by the rollout of this technology. We've put together a project management office to support the day-to-day management of the program. We've gathered stakeholder requirements from all the major people that are going to be working with us. As you saw, we've installed the line monitors. We're moving forward with a voltage optimization RFP so that we can start using software and technology to be able to optimize the voltage on the load side. And as we mentioned, the communication RFP 90491, we're in the final stages of evaluation and putting together the recommendation for award. And we look to come to the board for consideration in April of 2019. And this is the next big milestone for us, is going to be to begin the procurement of smart meters. So I wanted to tie this all together so you kind of see an overlay of how all this technology really helps us. So it starts off with building this field area network by leveraging our DWP infrastructure, such as our poles, our DWP facilities, and our substations that have fiber optic connections to them. We then look to install line monitors and sensors on the distribution system itself, so we can start collecting data and integrate that data with different other devices and a management system that allows us to optimize our voltage across the system, and in the future allows us to better coordinate outages through automatic switching, as you can see here. And this overall allows us to better coordinate renewable energy and allows us to talk to smart meters in the future. So all these pieces along our distribution system takes us all the way down from the substation all the way down to our customers. So that completes the presentation. And any questions?
I have a question. You had mentioned, I believe it was on page 6, that you'll be able to pinpoint the outages. Are you able also to predict where there might be an outage?
So there's some very interesting analytics that we've seen in terms of being able to see when a tree keeps hitting a line that may lead to an outage in the future. So prediction of outages may depend on data that we can analyze and predict devices that may fail in the future, so we can take a proactive approach to replacing them or maintaining them.
Let me add on to that, is that predictor, I think part of this is the analytics involved, that we're being able to monitor our system to make good decisions on where we're going to deploy maintenance, where we can see these overloads and potential overloads coming in before they happen, before they're a problem, and go out there proactively to address potential overloads and faults that may occur. To pinpoint the outages, I think what we're alluding to is that currently today in an outage, we're relying on our customer, we're relying on notification from our system operator that tells us that there's a fault, and we're waiting for phone calls potentially to tell us what part of a circuit may be impacted. With these sensors, that's going to give us an idea that we have a fault somewhere between point A and point B on our circuit. We can deploy our crews to that area and ultimately clear the trouble and get the majority of our customers picked up or re-energized sooner than having to go out there and search for the problem. So I think that was kind of what we were alluding to.
I think when we do that, we need to let the homeowner know that it's DWP and what we're doing, rather than just appear and they don't know. I mean, I think this is something we need to publicize, the fact that we're on top of something like this.
I agree.
We're right there.
Other comments, other questions? Dr. Pickle?
One question. These systems are famous for generating petabytes of data. What's our data management plan?
Privacy.
Data management is an important part of this project. So we've been working with our counterparts in IT, and this is a big component of our RFP as well, to make sure that we build a complete system that's able to manage that data. We do have a data historian that captures a lot of our operational data in our Pi historian. So that's definitely going to be leveraged to capture data, allow other users to use it, and also provide it to various systems. But that's only part of that larger plan. So we're still developing how we're going to scope out our data warehouses to manage all that data.
And you also mentioned a program or project management office. Are you talking about a project management office specific to this, or you're talking about a program management that might be able to share or integrate some of this data or capability beyond just power operations?
The program management office we have is specifically for the distribution automation program. We are talking to different parts of the company, such as our water system folks. Smart meters does mean electric and water. As part of our lessons learned at the end of the program, we'll make sure that we do share that with different parts of the company as well.
How is this information communicated to customer service to be able to answer or proactively reach out, like Commissioner Barad mentioned, to the customers?
I think part of that is the direction we're going with proactively reaching out. I think it's in that outage notification piece. And correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm going in the wrong direction. We're talking about an outage response. And if we show out there, most of the time we're there because there was a problem with their power. So in our future plans with where we're going, they would have received a text or email notification that says we suspect there's a power outage here in your area. And, we're addressing it with updates as to durations and when we expect the service to be
And that you're
restored.
proactive. Yeah. Right. And when you can pinpoint that there might be an outage, do you take into account what the weather conditions are, or where in the city this is coming from? I mean, you've got the experience to know that in some areas there might be an overload, and that.
I'll take that. As far as that is that any of these areas, as we get data and analytics, we identify our worst performing circuits, and no matter where it's in the valley, in the metro area, I mean, these take priority. Is that if we have known or suspected areas where we believe that there might be a future fault, we're going to address those the same everywhere. Whether it's bad weather, and I think the only limited thing in this case is resource. If we're talking about a rainstorm, is where we're going to go and where those resources are allocated at that time.
But, you can tell just by watching the weather forecast where it's going to be really hot and might have an overload there.
Well, and kind of with this data that we're going to get, hopefully that our hope is that we'll be able to analyze this data before we get to in this heat event and actually proactively harden our system to address these before they occur.
That's good. That's good.
Other questions, other comments?
Yeah, I have some comments. Thank you for your presentation. It's exciting to see this. A big portion of our discussion around the budgeting in June It was around how can we improve and upgrade our system, and how do we communicate with customers, and how do we able to gather data without violating anybody's privacy. So I'm assuming that you already have an opt-in process for folks. That is this going to be something available for customers?
For opting in, are we for smart meters?
Yeah.
At this point now, we're not into the, we haven't addressed the opt-in portion.
Okay.
The opt-out, I mean, it's one of the things we're looking at. It's actually, I've just received a lot of analytics back from different utilities on how they're handling this as well. So we're analyzing that.
Yeah. I'm especially alluding to issues of privacy, because, I mean, it's everywhere now, and cybersecurity on our end. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys are looking into that specific piece, and that people have the freedom to say, well, maybe I don't want it. Not that I promote this idea, but I think it's important to keep it in mind. The other thing that I wanted to ask is if you have looked into the possible health issues that smart meters can cause. I know that there has been folks in the past when we talked about smart meters, there has been a constituency that has been worried that is either, emitting certain energy, radiation. I'm not sure because, I mean, I know that there's many different ones. So how are we communicating with our customers that the type of smart meters that we will be implemented in the future are not going to, per se, make them sick?
I think it's important that we actually address that with our customers, whether it's mailers or just general outreach, that we can address that. World Health Organization is very specific on, what kind of radiations do these give out, whether or not they're harmful or not, but there's always going to be an opposition back and forth. So information is more than anything is what's most important, that we get it to our customers so they can be informed on the decisions that they're making.
Yeah, excellent. And lastly, I wanted to talk to you about an app. Is this type of technology eventually, which I hope that we get there, where LADWP has an app for maybe paying your bill or outages, information and such. Is this type of technology, or are you foreseeing that a smart meter or the distribution automation can also talk to an app where our customers can have information also in their hands?
And I think we cross when we talk about distribution automation and the outages. There may be some concerns about what areas of the city they're out and not more specific information. But as far as an app for your residents, what's the status of your residents? You could track your usage and everything down the road as we go into AMI. Absolutely, I think that's the direction we need to be.
Okay, lastly, I want to talk about the rollout, because I understand that we don't have enough funding to just say everybody in LA is going to get a smart meter tomorrow, and by this weekend everybody has one. I think for me it's important to keep in mind where we're going to first starting to roll out, what's the strategy around the areas that we're going to choose, and I specifically would like to see places where we're in the past have seen outages, and year by year we continue seeing outages. I can name a few places like South LA, East LA, the Valley, of course, and where we have so much generation when it's a hot day or when it rains a lot. So looking at a much more comprehensive way in where we're going to first implement these projects, I think is important.
Okay, so with the smart meters, one of the things that we're talking about here is it was so important for us to, with distribution automation, establish that communication system so that we could start the procurement process. And we're probably years away from a full-out rollout of smart meters. But what we want to do is be able to procure meters for our future and leverage those meters that we're installing today into our future AMI projects. And that's the focus there. As far as rollouts, when we've looked at this in the past, a lot of these rollouts are contingent on meter read routes, which makes sense for our billing as we transpose things. So it's in all areas of the city when they get deployed that figure around meter read routes and the meter read schedule. So a lot of that comes into play. So there's not one focused area.
Okay. I think we should definitely keep in mind eventually when we're going to do it, where the areas are going to be. And we don't end up with all the meters in downtown and maybe not in all other places.
Other questions, other comments?
I would just like to say again that I think that whatever we do, we should have a pilot program. I mean, we're basing that on our history. It's always safer to start with a pilot program and see how it works, iron out the kinks if there are any, and then roll out more.
For distribution automation or AMI, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. For distribution automation, I'll kind of go back into what Emil had demonstrated with that line sensor. One of the things that we're doing is essentially we're piloting that line sensor to get information, because we're having that information is currently hosted with a vendor. We're putting them up there to figure out how we can integrate these into our systems, so by the time that we get into our distribution automation system, we've already learned how to integrate these systems into our system. So we're not learning through that process. And the same thing Emil mentioned about volt bar optimization, which is a key component of this distribution automation. That in itself, being able to provide good voltages would ultimately potentially could lower our generation by doing that, but we've got a pilot in place for that. So that's actually being reviewed currently at this time.
Correct.
So we have components of this that we'd say are in the pilot stage.
Yes.
That are, that we want to integrate so that we're learning.
Maybe even combining them with some of the microgrid ideas might be something interesting to play with.
Yeah, we're in communication with the groups.
Other comments, other questions? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final management report is 8D, Water and Power Employees Retirement Plan 2018 Annual Report, and we have one speaker card for that. It's a familiar one, and he's gradually making his way
here he comes.
to the platform.
Always nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
I'm
Nice
exhausted.
to see you too.
I'm exhausted after the 8 o'clock or
You've
9
been here a
o'clock
long,
press
I
conference.
can testify that you've been here a long time.
Yeah. I'm sorry for you guys having to put up with me that long. But from the 9 o'clock press conference to listening to distribution grids and the strategic long-term plan, it's a very complicated situation, and I think you owe the ratepayers a very detailed analysis of what it's going to cost us. Our rates, they're certainly not going to go down. I would imagine this new plan probably adds about 10 or 15% to the existing rate increases already. I'm here to comment on, after I calm down about all this stuff, talk about pensions. And I
Maybe
very
you'll
much
find us some sources of revenue, Jack.
well, that's what I'm afraid you're doing. I want to talk about pensions, and I'd like to thank you very much for putting that presentation together. Needless to say, I have a few comments. The first one is I was very interested to see the impact of tier two rates on the percentage contribution that the department has to make to the pension plans. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think it was like 6 or 7% of payroll versus tier one. So that's obviously a significant improvement or significant savings. The second thing is I believe in looking at it, although I'm not sure, I think the DWP is using much more aggressive assumptions in funding its unfunded liability than Lacers or fire and police over at the city. And I would be interested in seeing what you guys are doing. Yes, it costs the ratepayers more. On the other hand, I'm making 7.25% on that money. Guaranteed. That's like a treasury rate. So I think that's probably very wise. I don't think it is a very wise thing to do. The third thing is I'd like to comment is I thought the study was interesting, and I like the projections going out, but I think you need to look at some of the projections using a lower rate of return. 7.25% I think is overly optimistic. There's a hayseed from Omaha named Warren Buffett who thinks about 6% is a pretty decent rate of return. I think the department is, they may be smart guys, but and you may have all the actuaries that go through inflation things and real rates of return. I'm a rate of return type, not with all those assumptions. I think, using a lower rate of return to figure out what's going on would be appropriate. Final thing, one of the other things here is I'd like to see a reconciliation between, how do you come to the unfunded pension liability? both some of the changes, both in the asset side as well as the liability side. And I think that will show not only the implications of the rates of return, but also some of the assumptions that are being used. Mortality tables, for example, and basic changes in assumptions when you go from 7.5 to 7.25. One other point is that the presentation said, well, you know, we're 90% funded versus, let's say, 70% for all the other public pension plans. I would argue that that's a misleading figure, because today, with a bull market for the last 9 or 10 years, you should be 120% funded, because when the stock market tanks, you're going to feel the impact. So, for example, if let's say the market's off 3%, that's a 10% swing in the targeted rate of return. That will increase your unfunded liability by $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion. That's not chump change. The final thing is I'd like to see this analysis for the OPEB plans, other post-employment benefit plans, which I think the DWP popped $600 million into it a number of years ago, and has really paid that down. That's another huge liability for the department, as well as the city. And actually, the city and DWP are well funded compared to the county and the state that basically haven't funded any of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Okay, we will have our presentation.
Linda Lee, who runs our retirement office, will make the presentation with her staff.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. Sorry to make you wait so long.
Oh, not at all, sir. It's been interesting. So thank you for having us here today. My name is Linda Lee, and I'm the Retirement Plan Manager. I have with me Jeremy Wolfson, who is our Chief Investment Officer. So Mr. Wright asked us here today to give you a brief overview of the retirement plan.
Linda, will you speak a little more into the mic?
I apologize for that. Asked us to come here today to speak about the retirement plan, since we truly are a very unique plan. And for 3 reasons. One, we're a division within the department, so other retirement plans are their own department. We report to a retirement board who has plenary authority over our benefits, but the retirement office itself is a division within the department. And 2, we don't administer retiree health, unlike other retirement plans. And so that is administered by our financial services division and our health plans division. And so that's unlike a lot of other plans. And 3, in contrast to that, we administer disability benefits. So you often hear in a lot of retirement plans that they have disability retirement. This is not disability retirement. We actually have a separate trust fund for disability, and we administer short-term and long-term disability benefits for our employees. So with that, I'd like to get started in the presentation. So why are we here? We're here because under the California Constitution and City Charter, the Water and Power's Employees Retirement Plan was created for the benefit of its member. The retirement board is responsible for overseeing the plan and administering those benefits for these 3 reasons: benefits of its participants, minimize contributions by the department, and also defray administrative costs. So on number 2, I'm going to get a little more into it later and show you how we're doing that to minimize the department contribution. But on number 3, the administrative costs, we are actually one of the lowest plans nationwide, and that was found in a management audit that was commissioned by the City Council, Mayor's Office, and the Controller's Office last year. So one of the lowest plans administratively nationwide, but we are the lowest plan in the citywide. And so it costs us about 30% what it costs lacers to run their plan. I'm sorry, fire and police to run their plan, or 40% of what lacers cost to run their plan. So we're very, very competitive. I talked to you about what the role of the retirement board is. So what is your role in running the retirement plan? So outside providing this Commissioner Vasquez to represent the board on the retirement plan, as the entity that oversees the benefits that we administer, you approve all the amendments to the plan. So this last fiscal year, you approved several amendments for us. The first 2, the reducing the regular interest rate and the mortality tables, saved the department over $8 million per year on an annual basis, on a go-forward basis. So it's just not one-time $8 million, it's forever. Included that also, you also reduced the Tier 2 vesting requirements from 15 years to 5 years. And finally, you gave us some technical amendments which were required in us administering the plan, issues that we found in administering the plan. This next slide is a quick snapshot of how we did in 2018, fiscal year ended June 30th, 2018. And it's actually very, very positive, very good picture to show. In the areas that we should have gone up, like our assets, we've grown. Our funded ratio has grown. Our investment return is 8.97. That's well in excess of our 7.25 assumptions. The areas where we should have gone down, like the unfunded liability, we've actually gone down to $1.2 billion, and that's actually a $300 million drop from the previous year. And these other numbers, our demographics, have stayed constant. So the one number of a little bit of concern is the number on the top upper right-hand corner, which is our active employee count. So our active employee count has grown tremendously, and I'm going to show you later on in the slide what it looks like over time. But this is important. As we talked about earlier, we need the staff, the experienced staff, to do the important work that you have outlined for us. But there are aspects of the new hires that are very beneficial to the plan, and I will show you those later also. So the most commonly reported financial data for a plan is the funded ratio. And Jack quoted this earlier. And 91.07 is what we're currently at. Very well funded compared to the nationwide, which is 70%. Very well funded compared to our sister plans. Lacers, I think, is at 70%. Fire and Police is about 92%. So very well funded. On a market value, we're actually at 93%. So we actually have a lot more of unrecognized market gains that we have not realized. But the important picture that I want you to take away from this slide is not how we're funding currently, it's how we fund it over time. And if you notice, back in 2001, we were at 100% funding. And 2001 was right shortly after we had the staff separation packages. And so we were at 100% funding. Slowly since then, 2008, you see a huge drop in the funded ratio because of the market recession. But ever since then, we start climbing up. And that is very important to note because of the backdrop in which for the last 10 years that we've operated in. So I've told you earlier, we have an active employee count that's going up. We had a market recession in 2008. And we've also decreased our interest rate accrediting from 8% all the way down to 7.25. So these three factors should decrease the funded ratio. But even with that background, our funded ratio is still going up. So that speaks very well of the financial soundness of the plan, the investment policy of the retirement board, your commitment to making contributions to the retirement plan, and also in 2014 of labor's willingness to negotiate new labor contracts. So with this gray line on the right, what it is what we are projected to do in the future. So 100% funding by 2026. The second darker gray bar is what if we had an alternate scenario, a lower interest rate, more demographic growth. It takes us a little bit to get longer to get to the 100% funding, but we do get there around 2027.
Are you prepared if there's a recession next year?
So I'm going to show you that in our next slide, ma'am. So in our next slide, funded ratio is made up of assets and liabilities. And so in response to Commissioner Perot's question, the retirement board utilizes what's called a 5-year asset smoothing policy. And what that complicated term is simply is that we don't recognize all of our gains and losses immediately. We spread them over 5 years. So right now what this chart shows you is that with the red bar, we have about $12.3 billion in market value. We have about $12 billion in actual value of our assets. So what that says is that we have $300 million sitting on the books right now that we're not recognizing because we leave money on the books to make sure that we have it in a downturn market. So any gains and losses from the market, no matter in a positive year or a negative year, we only recognize 20% of that in 1 year. And so that you get this much smoother line in the blue line that you see. Did that answer your question, ma'am?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so if you look at the red bars themselves.
The short answer is yes.
Okay, well, let me try and answer this again for you. The red bar is the actual market value going up and down. You see that there's a dip in 2009 because of what happened in 2008 with the recession. The blue line is a very smooth line. So even as the market is going down, we still see this steady increase in our value of our assets because we utilize a smoothing policy to make sure that we don't see all these huge jumps in our assets in 1 year. So we do have a safety net for a down year.
Okay, that was my question, whether there was a safety net. Yeah.
Yes, we do, ma'am. So the other side of the funded ratio is our actuarial accrued liability. This is our liability. What's the difference between the blue line and the blue bar and the red line is the blue line is our liability and the red line is our unfunded liability. So with the maturing plan, the liability is going to go up, but what's more important here to look at is the red line, so unfunded liability. The backdrop I gave you earlier, recession, population growth, interest rate, lowering of the interest rate in the last decade, you should see that you would expect the unfunded liability to keep going up. But with that backdrop, we're still staying very steady, and you also see a downward trend in the last 3 years. That's because we've had a very positive market, but we've also had new tiers of benefit, and that's helped us tremendously in the plan. And also because you have been very diligent about paying down that liability.
Do you have actuaries on staff, or do you subcontract that to an actuarial firm?
We actually we have a contract for an actuarial firm.
You do?
Yes.
What firm is that?
Siegel, ma'am.
Siegel?
Yes.
Okay. Because I wanted to, speaking into Mr. Humphreyville's remarks, dealing with mortality and all the other issues that's really the work of an actuary. And I wondered if you...
It is. So we have an actuary on contract, and he is here at least once a year. The firm is here at least once a year to provide us with the actual experience, the actual valuations for the year, and also right now he's conducting an actuarial experience for us. And then he provides training to the board at periodic time throughout the year.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So earlier I talked about assets. Where do our funding come from? This next chart gives you a historical look at, for the last 10 years, where have we gotten our money from? 8% contribution from employee, that's fixed. That's based on contract negotiations with the labor union, and so employees are going to contribute at the specified amount. Employer contribution and investment returns are left to make up this pie. And so as investment returns grows, employer contribution decreases, and vice versa. I'm going to get more into the detail on this later. Just a quick look into the employer contribution. This is a chart about how much the employer is contributing to the plan. The line shows the percentage, the bar shows the percentage of payroll. The line shows the actual dollar amount. So if you can see, since 2008, there has been this steady increase in the contribution, but as 2008, we were starting to see that decrease again. So let's look at the biggest driver of assets. The biggest driver, of course, is the investment returns. So you see this really big, jagged line that I'm showing you right now. If I base everything on investment return, there would be no predictability for the department in making sure that you make the contributions to us, and in our valuations and funding ratios and all that. So if we look at this, like I said, 27 points swing from one year to the next. This green line is a representation of our investment return under the asset smoothing policy that I talked about earlier. So a much smoother line so that the department can budget for the expenditure for the retirement plan. The important thing I want you to see, though, from here is not about the return so much, but the dotted lines. So I have two dotted lines here, the 10-year average, which is 7.13%, and the 5-year average, which is 8.46%. So I told you earlier, I don't know if you remember, our return is 7.25%. Right on line. It's right on par with our 10-year average. So our assumptions are good. But I prefaced this by saying that earlier you asked about the actuary. We don't do a number and leave it alone forever. We look at this every 3 years, and we're constantly looking at it to make sure that our actual returns is in line with what we are assuming. So we're currently doing that right now, and we're going to have the study completed probably by April or May this year for the retirement board to act on if a change needs to be made. To provide a little more information, maybe tie this together hopefully for some of you. This chart shows on the left-hand side what I showed you in the historical chart earlier about where our sources of funding coming from. These two is a forward-looking chart. So let's say that when I do the experience study and I say, I think the market's going to do really great for the next decade. And so I'm going to increase the investment return to 10%, whatever number our valuation, our actuary recommends to us. So when I say that, I'm saying, department, I don't need as much money from you because I'm going to make it from the market. On the bottom chart, it's the vice versa of that. So if our actuary comes in and based on the retirement board's the investment policies and based on the unique data points that are uniquely us. And the actuary comes in and say, you know what, 7.25% is too high, we should go to 6%, we should go to 5%. Then I'm going to say to the department, I need more money from you in order to fund the retirement plan. So the reason why this is important for us is that the assumptions that the retirement board chooses for our valuations are important to make sure that we maintain the generational effect of what are the decisions. So if I push all the costs into the future, meaning that I have a high interest rate, then the future generation is going to pay more of that retirement benefit. But if I say the interest rate is really low, then I'm going to make this generation absorb all the costs today. So we want to mimic our assumption as much as possible to what we're actually experiencing in the plan. So that's why we do this study every 3 years. If there's no questions on valuations and actuary, I'm going to move on to the fun stuff, the reason why we're here. Okay, so the fun stuff I like is our employee. The whole reason for us being here is our employees. 19,279 is how much our current membership is. We're actually about 19,700 right now. And I can attribute all of this. If you notice in 2000, we had about a little over 16.5. All of that increase is due to active employee count. Okay, so I'm going to break down the active employee count for you. So if I take that chart that I showed you earlier and span it back another 10 years, you're going to see this huge swing in the active employee count. So back in 1990, we had about 10,700 employees. Today, we currently have 10,100. That's growing. That's 10,600 today, 10,500, I think I last checked. This gray bar in the middle here, what it shows you is what happened during the staff, the two separation packages that we had. So during that time, we gave incentives for staff to leave. We gave early retirement packages for staff to retire early. And our staffing went all the way down to 6,500. Coincidentally, that's also the same time when our plan was 100% funded because now the liability is gone, right? So since then, we have been growing our staff and we're at 10,100, which is almost what it was in 1990. So as a plan manager, I'm starting to be concerned. But this is where it's important to look at that blue line at the end. So even though our total population growth, active employee growth is growing, our tier 1 employees are going down. So right now, tier 2 employees make up about 30% of our total population. And why does that matter? So when I look at tier 1 and tier 2 straight off the face, average age, years of service, compensation, those are the things I care about because we promise them a formula when they retire. Tier 2, everything's better, right? But you expect that. With any new employee, you expect that. What's truly different about tier 1 and tier 2 is on this chart right here. So right off the top, in the top-hand corner, 6% versus 10% contribution. So tier 2 employees contribute more to the retirement plan. The second bar, the 50 and 30, so 55 years old, they get, with 30 years of service, they get a 2.3 formula. That's what we promised them. For tier 2, they have to wait until age 63 in order to get that 2.1 formula. So a smaller benefit package, and you have to wait longer, which means the retirement plan does not have to pay as long. So that being said, there's a bunch of other data in here about the differences between tier 1 and tier 2, but I'm going to take a step back from a retirement plan manager's perspective, and I'm also an employer here at the DWP. And so one of the important things to remember is that even though we have tier 2 is a great benefit package. And the reason for that is the defined benefit plan where you promise a formula based on years of service and salary and all that does not exist in the world today. In the 80s, it was 30 million participants. Today, it's 15 million participants, so half of what it used to be. On the other hand, defined contribution, what matters is in your account, it's grown tremendously, so 20 million to 80 million participants. So it's not that there's not pension plans. There's not pension plans that's offering defined benefit. So it's important for me, even as an employer, to know that tier 2 is not as great as tier 1, but it's sustainable, and it's a great benefit package for employees. Okay? Just a little more information about our active employee. This chart here shows the total count of our tier 1 employees. I didn't look at tier 2 because most of them are not eligible to retire yet. The green are all of our active employees. The salmon color, eligible to retire. The blue are who are eligible and likely to retire. So difference between the two, eligible, you only need under tier 1, 55 with 10 years of service, or 60 years old with 5 years of service to be eligible to retire. But the likelihood of them retiring is not likely. we know that for our retiree pool, they usually wait until they get the 2.3%. So our average is about 59 years old with 30 years of service. And that's where the blue comes in. So that's about 10% of our active employee count, about 1,000 employees right now are likely to retire. So it's a huge drawdown on our workforce. The other thing, though, I do want to note on this slide is even though I give you these numbers, I have employees here who are over 80 with over 43 years of service, and they're still here. So eligible, likely, and actual retirement is an individual choice. So people are not always going to retire when they're supposed to retire. They can stay
an
longer.
employee stay as long as he or she wants?
They can stay as long as they want. And because of modernization, mechanization, and all that good stuff, it's easier for them to stay at work. There's also a fear of making sure they have enough retirement income so they stay longer. So like I said, at 43 and a half years under Tier 1 with the 2.3, 43 and a half years, you get 100% of your salary. But I have over 100 people with already those data points, and they're still here. Okay?
Yeah.
Moving on. So I talked about, the fear of not having enough retirement income.
It's
Additional
fun to work
annuity
here.
is a optional program that we offer in the retirement office to allow our employees to contribute an extra 10% to the retirement plan. This is on top of their actual retirement. It's a separate payment from us. 57% of our active membership currently participate in that program. This is in contrast to our retirees. Our retiree pool has about 10%. So that message about saving for retirement is getting through. 70% of our employees, I don't show it here, but 70% of our employees also participate in deferred comp. So that message, again, saving for retirement is really resonating with us. Retirees and beneficiary, I'm not going to get into too much detail on this because this demographic is pretty steady, has stayed steady over time. 7,000 retirees, we stay in about that ballpark most of the time. Beneficiaries, we have about 2,000 beneficiaries, and then we have about 74 minor children. And then there's some other data on this chart regarding our retirees.
That oldest one, 101, that's 101 years. Somebody was 101 and worked here?
It's 101 and was still retired. Was retired at 100.
And he retired at 100?
No. He is currently 101 and receiving a retirement from us.
So he's already retired?
He's already retired.
So he's not deaf. He's retired.
He's retired.
Okay.
We actually had up until last year somebody who was 107.
107?
Yes, and he passed away last year. So actually we have five people over 100. And I just told you earlier with the active employee, we actually have 3 people over 80. Our oldest employee is 87 years old.
So they're not in customer relations, I assume.
No, they're not, ma'am. So I have a couple more slides and I'll be done. Other plan activities. So this is just a quick snapshot of what else we do in the retirement office. I told you earlier, we are one of the lowest nationwide and the lowest in the city. And the reason for that is we do everything in-house. We use no third-party administrator. We issue our own tax forms. We issue our own paychecks to our retirees. So we do everything in-house, and that helps us maintain cost. 12,000 customer contacts. We have our own call center. Within each one of our benefits division, we have 3 benefits division. We also do a lot of community outreach to our employees. So we go out to different various DWP events. We do one-on-one counseling. We also do a lot of training classes to make sure that our members know what their benefits are. Earlier, I talked about our disability program, which is truly, really unique to us. So on here, the 1,056 disability cases are temporary disability, and then permanent disability, we have 54. Those are pretty constant numbers. Just a minor note on the permanent disability. So as an employee, I pay $1 into the permanent disability program. I also paid $1 into the disability program. That dollar alone, invested by Jeremy and his group, is enough to fully fund the permanent total disability program.
What?
It's fully funding the permanent total disability program. So nothing is coming from the employer.
Jeffrey takes your dollar?
Jeremy takes my dollar and
That's
invests it for me.
Okay.
He did really good, yes. And then change requests, those are retiree. Again, we do everything in-house. So tax form changes, address changes, we take care of all that for our employees, our retirees. Last slide, and just a few quick notes. We have a staff of 61. We operate as an independent department. We're responsible for every aspect of running a retirement plan, including IT, investment, accounting, administrative, running a retirement board. So we're responsible for everything with our staff of 61. in the last management audit that I talked to you about, the outside auditor noted 3 things about us. One was that one of the lowest cost plan nationwide on a total cost basis, and even as an employee on a per employee cost basis. As far as our investment fees, one of the lowest investment fees amongst our peers. And then as far as our actual assumptions, they said we're very diligent in evaluating our assumptions. We're doing it every 3 years. The charter only requires 5 years. And so we're very adamant about staying on top of that. But also on top of that, that our assumptions are way beyond what our peers are, because our assumption is actually a lot lower than our peers. So with that, I don't have any other comments. We're available for questions.
You've been comprehensive.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I know it was a lot of stuff.
Linda, one of the things that you and I spoke when I first joined the committee representing the board was our also responsibility on investing on either private equity, real estate. Our investments on the retirement plan are so diversified. And I think that it's important to remember that just like we make investments here in workforce development to try to bring more folks of Los Angeles to work for us and get all those paid good jobs and all those benefits, it's also important for us to make sure that we're investing our pension in a responsible way. So I know that there has been folks, and at one of our meetings, we have some folks from I think it was one of the local unions, speaking about how the WP has invested in not so responsible, has made irresponsible investments in the big picture. And I think in the meetings that I have been part of, I just wanted to mention this for the rest of the board members here, because obviously you don't get to go every other Wednesday, and
we appreciate it.
And hear all of the details that you work on, Linda. And I think that is important. And as I continue serving as the representative of the board, I want to really see a real investment on I want to see real responsible investments on our pensions also. I know that we have, many people that deal with, it's a very intricate process, and I think you can speak better than me on this process. But just like we have, just like in the past, there was divestment from, historically from other places, where we can also take leadership here at LADWP and make sure that we're investing not only the pensions are good for our employees, but are also good for others too.
So I can say on that our retirement board is very sensitive to that. And so a couple of meetings ago, we did have a presentation to the board regarding ESG, which is environmental, social, governance issues, and we presented that area to the board so that they can look at those issues in their investment policies.
I just have one quick observation first. The report was in fact comprehensive. Thank you for that. And your enthusiasm is contagious on this subject, so good job. But I also did want to make one just broad observation. You are the 3rd female to present to us today. I say that because every single woman that is, no shade to the men, that's come to the mic today has been absolutely excellent. All the presentations have been great. But I also just want to underscore that we've had lots of presenters today. So I'm looking forward, we talk a lot about diversity and inclusion. I'm looking forward to our continued movement on that front as well. And thank you.
So on that note, can I just share one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Our retirement board president is LaTanya Bogan, and she is here in the audience if you.
Oh, very good, ma'am. Good to see you.
Inclusion.
I just think it's, there are 4 women on this commission. It's important every now and then to talk about, the leadership of this agency and management throughout, and to really highlight our continuing efforts to make sure that we've got women in leadership roles throughout. So good to see you today.
You made it lots of fun.
Wow, thank you, ma'am.
That's the highest compliment you'll get from Commissioner Barone.
I agree with you, sir. I do agree.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. You were eloquent.
I try. I practice for hours.
Okay, folks, moving on. We have two agenda items before our closed session, but before the agenda items, we have filed items, and the only one is Financial Services November.
Ann Santilli, Financial Services. The November activity report is in your file. And just one comment Linda mentioned on the retirement plan. We have retiree medical. They also manage $1.9 billion of assets for that. We follow all the same actuarial assumptions. And we're about $400 million of unfunded liability, and that should be fully funded within the next 10 years.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Ann. Informational reports, investment report for the quarter ending September 30th.
The September activity report is in your package. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions, but I simply would like to take a moment to applaud our investment team. We had an investment committee meeting today, and the people that we have behind our investments and negotiating bonds, they make serving on that committee the easiest committee I've ever served on. I mean, they always are so well prepared. Their projections are always great. Time and again, just like today's meeting, our cost of funds is probably the lowest it's ever been in history. And, you know, every time one of us makes a request, they handle it immediately. So when Equity Metrics was approved by this board, I asked them to translate that to our list of vendors, and they wrote a really beautiful, beautiful letter to all the vendors explaining that not only has our board adopted this position and that it's going to be considered in a questionnaire for new vendors who would like to work with us, but they also said, just like the board has this vision, so does the City of Los Angeles. We also, they stay on top of what's been changing in the California Government Code, and so they constantly modify our policies and our working documents that way. And I just can't say enough great things about our team, so bravo.
Thank you.
That deserves a round of applause.
Mario Ignacio and Matthew Curtis are the two main people that support the investment committee, and they do a great job.
Thank you, Commissioner Noonan. That was great and appropriate. Quarterly status report on water quality regulatory compliance projects, second quarter, October through December.
Yeah, that report and the one following that are both in your packets, and I'll answer questions.
Any questions? Hearing none. Approval of the minutes. I move approval of the minutes of the board meeting of January 22nd. Is there a second?
Second.
Any comment? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those are approved. Okay, we will go to item 12, for which we have 10 comment cards. It being 10 minutes to 2, and several other items, as well as a complete closed session agenda to still be heard, we'll limit these comments to 30 seconds each.
30 seconds?
30 seconds.
I spent an hour putting my plans together for a 2-minute presentation. I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. There's been tons of time spent wasted patting each other on the back, and now you're going to cut my time to 30 seconds?
You can have a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, the first speaker is Joseph Sullivan, and after that, Mike Kuflach? Sorry about the pronunciation.
Kupchak. Hello, my name is Joseph Sullivan. I work for the IBEW Local 11 and the National Electrical Contractors Association. We represent approximately 350 contractors in LA County that employ approximately 10,000 electricians. And I want to encourage you to move forward with the commercial direct install. When you do this, you create career opportunities for Angelenos. The career opportunities are amazing. it forces us to hire people into our apprenticeship program. Our apprenticeship program, it's a 5-year program. Students don't pay anything. They don't pay for tools or books. The education's remarkable. We spend about $35,000 per student. When they graduate, they can work anywhere in the US or Canada. They have careers for life. And that's what the Commercial Direct Install is doing. It's bringing people into our apprenticeship program. We go out and recruit veterans, disadvantaged communities, previously incarcerated individuals, and, well, that's my minute. And it's really something special. You guys are a big part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mike Kuflich, and after
Kupchak.
that, Robert Corona.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Kufchak, and I'm for the proposal as well, too. I'm the Director of Veterans Affairs for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 11, which governs Los Angeles County. I'm also a sitting member of the Antelope Valley Veterans Employment Committee. What makes me uniquely qualified for my job is that I'm a veteran of the Armed Forces with 32 years of active duty service. I'm the former Sergeant Major of the 1st Marine Division down at Camp Pendleton, California. I am responsible for the recruitment of our military service men and women as they conduct their transition from military service back into the civilian sector. I remain proactive on behalf of our NECA chapter and our Local 11 by advertising and recruiting directly from major military installations within the Southern California area, which also extends across our continental United States regarding veterans relocating to Los Angeles County, given our partnership and affiliation with Helmets to Hard Hats, which provides a web-based collaborative of veterans looking to gain access into Los Angeles County. My military credentials allow me to access to the bases, whereas I can present opportunities and options to our nation's heroes for a good middle-class career that not only provides a decent wage for our veterans and their families, but it also provides those intangibles that we need, such as health, medical, dental, vision, prescription medication for our families as well. Our apprenticeship training program not only produces a professional, skilled-trained workforce through practical application with on-the-job training, but it's also coupled with 10 semesters of academic curriculum. And I'll close out with saying that given the fact that these men and women come from a very regimented lifestyle, our NECA contractors find these veterans to be very reliable, responsible, dependable, and accountable, that professionally complement an already skilled, trained workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Robert Corona, and after that, Frank DeLon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Robert Corona with IBW Local 11. I'm an assistant business manager with the local, and I also speak in favor of the commercial direct install. So I just want to speak on our apprenticeship, a little bit more on our apprenticeship and our package. Not only do we have medical, as Mr. Kupchak pointed to, retirement, medical, excuse me, for our members and their family, living wage, more than living wage. We have great wages. Our apprentices start up at the wages of 40% of our journeymen, and they move up. 5-year program that they go into. We are very concerned with safety. We make sure that all our apprentices and our journeymen are safe. We tell them we want them to go home just like they came to the job site, safe with all their fingers and toes. We want to make sure that they're trained properly. We bring in these brand new people off the street, whether they're from a disadvantaged area. We work well with Second Call, which is a organization that helps those who have been incarcerated and or are going down the wrong path. So we help them. We work well with other agencies, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Frank DeLon, and after that, Rubio Rubru.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank De Leon. I grew up in a disadvantaged neighborhood. I am currently a journeyman electrician with the IBEW. I work for On Target Electric, where we work the direct install program, the commercial direct install program. I was previously incarcerated. There are a lot of career opportunities. There are not a lot of career opportunities for people like myself with felonies in their background. To have an opportunity to provide a decent living for my family now is an amazing thing. With these programs like the direct install program, which gives IBEW members as myself non-judgmental opportunity to just work with the career. And I feel great when I go to communities and I'm able to give back. I feel like I'm giving back I do a good thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's very moving testimony.
Okay, the next speaker is Rubio Rubru, and after that, Cassandra Ebner.
Hi, my name is Rubio. I'm a CDI contractor. I'm also a small business. I'm the owner of On Target Electric. Frank works for me. I'm small business, minority owned, and service connected disabled vet owned. I've been in the IBW for 24 years. I went through the apprenticeship. I grew up in Los Angeles, born and raised myself, and became a contractor. It's programs like this that have helped me become a larger small contractor. I've gone from 6 people to approximately 40 over the last 5.5 years of this project, greatly and largely because of this project. I know there's a few others behind me that are as well building on the same thing I am, similar stories, and it's greatly appreciated that these projects are out there.
Thank you, guys.
Fellow contractors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Cassandra Ebner, and after that, Julian Medina.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Ebner, and I am the Director of Marketing for EcoSmart Solutions.
You speak into the mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Cassandra Ebner, and I'm the Director of Marketing for EcoSmart Solutions. I'm here to oppose item 12 on today's agenda. Extending such a massive contract to a company with zero oversight would represent a complete failure to fiduciary duty to the ratepayers of DWP. Lime Energy paid a $1 million fine as a result of their defrauding the Securities and Exchange Commission. It is unreasonable and irresponsible to extend such a massive contract to them with absolutely zero inspections. By DWP's own admission, only 1.6% of Lime's projects are inspected, and these inspections are done by Lime themselves. What would happen if the FDA let drug companies self-regulate their own drugs? It is completely unreasonable and irresponsible to allow a company, especially one that has demonstrated their willingness to commit fraud to bolster share prices, to collect revenue based on their own figures, completely unchecked by an outside third party. I ask that you vote no on this item, eliminate the 200 kW threshold, and conduct a full neutral third-party audit to determine the severity of the fraud to which you have been subjected and the severity of the waste of over $100 million of DWP ratepayer money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Julian Medina, and after that, Nathaniel Baer.
Esteemed board members, my name is Julian Medina, and I'm with EcoSmart Solutions. I've been in business my entire life, and I've never seen a contract over $500,000 that does not have meticulous oversight on each covenant of the contract. To extend a massive, roughly $350 million contract to a publicly traded company with zero oversight constitutes a complete failure of fiduciary duty to the ratepayers. What makes this failure of fiduciary duty even more irresponsible is even more dangerous is the fact that there has been zero external inspections of Lime projects for roughly 2 years. Instead, Lime submits invoices to DWP for work it claims it has done and savings that it claims it has achieved. DWP pays these invoices for over $1 million per week without batting an eye. This is the most negligent and dangerous business practice that I've ever heard of. DWP is relying upon Lime submissions and blindly assuming they're correct as if they were gospel. Also, highly important is the fact that they're in material breach of their contract by hiring non-union labor on a substantial amount of projects and paying non-union wages. They have devised deceptive practices to use companies that have to say they're union-based, and when it comes to the actual work, non-union laborers complete the work. As a result, DWP is cheating itself and the ratepayers out of $100 million, and the workers are not even receiving the benefit of union wages. I implore you to vote no on this item and eliminate the 200 kW threshold and conduct a full neutral third-party audit to determine the magnitude of which you've overpaid and been defrauded. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nathaniel Baer, and after that, John Mack.
Esteemed board members, Mr. Levine, you mentioned a moment ago that you'd like a new source of revenue. I can do you one better and explain to you how you can save tens of millions of dollars a year for the next 5. Lime Energy, the sole beneficiary of this massive proposed contract, is consistently in direct material breach of its contract with DWP by not paying union wages but invoicing DWP as if it had. I have a list of thousands of jobs that Lime has completed under this contract where the workers were not paid union wages. Further, I have signed affidavits from employees to fully substantiate all of these allegations. By DWP's own figures, Lime gets paid twice as much as CLIP contractors per kilowatt hour. As Commissioner McLean put it, it's not just about how we meeting these goals, it's about how we get it done. And also, as she put it today, just a few moments ago, reliability is not negotiable, relating to the cost and the burden to the ratepayers. It shouldn't take me standing here to present you with these facts. These should have been discovered a long time ago if there had been any type of oversight, but there have been 0 outside inspections of any Lime project for roughly 2 years. Lime boasts savings achieved, but it's unreasonable and unreliable to rely on figures that have not been inspected or anything similar. By the way, approving this item would be in direct violation of CEQA guidelines sections 15060, not to mention the concepts of justice and logic. I ask that you vote no on this item, eliminate the 200 kilowatt hour threshold on a clip, and conduct a full, neutral third-party audit in order to fulfill your fiduciary duty to the ratepayers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Mack, and after that, John Harriel.
I am not against CDI, but based on alarming deficiencies in the department's evaluation of its 2 major energy efficiency programs for commercial lighting, I urge the commissioners to postpone approval of the participation agreement between SCAPA and LADWP. On February 1st, I attended, at the invitation of Commissioner Vasquez, I attended a discussion meeting for CLIP and CDI at DWP headquarters. In that meeting, I was shocked and disappointed to learn that DWP management has no idea how much it is spending on a per unit basis for energy savings through these programs, and it has not performed an objective analysis to determine which program is more cost effective for ratepayers. I specifically asked Mr. David Jaco at this meeting, who I believe is the Director of Energy Solutions, how much it costs through each of these programs to generate savings on a per kilowatt of demand, kilowatt or per kilowatt hour of consumption, or other specific measure basis. He could not answer the question. He began his response by stating that DWP is a public agency and that unlike private enterprise, DWP is policy-driven, not bottom-line driven. He conceded that DWP has not performed an analysis of the costs and benefits of each program to properly evaluate them. To her credit, Commissioner Vasquez requested Mr. Jaco to undertake a study to properly evaluate the efficiency of the department's spending on these programs. I accept that DWP is a policy-driven agency, but that does not relieve the department of its fiduciary responsibility to ratepayers. One of the trade allies present at the meetings did extensive research on both programs and determined that the CDI program spends up to 6 times as much per lighting measure as the CLIP program. From a policy perspective, consider that 100% of the financial benefits of the CDI program accrue to business customers, the vast majority of whom are profitable. They get maintenance-free lighting for 5 to 10 years and significant savings on their electric bill, all paid for by everyday ratepayers. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of these ratepayers can't afford to buy a home in Los Angeles and struggle to make ends meet. Is this the policy of LADWP to blindly spend ratepayer dollars to subsidize profitable businesses? The commissioners owe it to the City of Los Angeles and its citizens to properly evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of the CDI program before allocating additional hundreds of millions of dollars to it. The department should undertake an open, transparent, and objective evaluation of these programs before proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is John Harriel, and after that, Michelle Hassan.
He had to leave.
Oh, John had to leave? Yeah. John Harriel? Okay. Then the next speaker is Michelle Hassan. Michelle? Okay, I guess she had to. Oh, okay. Okay, then that's the only cards I have.
Okay, thank you. Item 12. David, are you presenting?
Just say that, just at the outset that we did provide some additional material in your packets responding to some of the issues and questions that were raised by the commission and some of the commenters at the meeting on beginning of January, and then somebody mentioned, appreciate Commissioner Vasquez taking the time to meet with some of the contractors in both programs with our staff as well. And so we appreciate that time. And just one last thing to remind you that at the previous meeting, the contract itself was approved, the participation agreement was approved, but the money was limited to $40 million. And so the action today, if you take it, is to release the rest of the money.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm David Jaco, Director of...
David, and then Commissioner Barad has a question.
Sorry.
Yes, I would like to know how we've gone from 40 million to 500 million.
So the RFP and the participation agreement with SCAPA was always envisioned as $500 million over 5 years. The participation agreement itself had been approved, but because of some of the questions that were raised during the previous meeting where this contract was considered, you voted to just limit it to $40 million to get us through to this point where we could come back and respond to those questions. So it was always envisioned that this would be, roughly kind of what we've been spending per year on these types of programs with a little bit extra for growth.
Right, ramping up the programs.
You've been spending 500 million?
We've been spending roughly in about $80 million a year.
Through the previous GAP agreement, we were spending about $70 million a year. The $500 million is for 5 years, so it's really $100 million a year.
And it encompasses a number of other programs besides the commercial direct install and
It's still a lot of money.
I show higher figures in the agendized item that you provided that's revised. And before you start the presentation, if I would imagine that you have this database, I think what's very important, given that this is so much money and that we've already spent hundreds of millions of dollars, if somebody in your staff could print out the 15,000 businesses that you state that we've serviced since 2016, and can you show me, all of those businesses and how you came up to a rate of return investment on 423 GWH. Doing the math, what concerns me is if we are helping 5,000 businesses per year, like you state, that equates to providing $20,000 per each of those businesses in labor, light fixtures, et cetera. In an ideal world, it would be wonderful to be handing out subsidies like that without having accountability, but that's a lot of money, especially given our conversations from earlier today about all of the future expenditures that we are going to be investing in. And I think more than ever, transparency is key. So if you could call a staff member to print out that list and show us, what the rate of return on this investment is, because there are going to be people complaining. It's one thing to provide a family who cannot afford a refrigerator, one that's more energy efficient. It's different to be providing businesses, some that may be able to afford some of these upgrades, $20,000. So I think that would be very helpful to have that information. And if it's not available, I think that audit is required as soon as possible.
Well, we certainly have all of that information. We have a database of all the projects, the associated energy savings, the associated costs of those projects. As part of our annual reporting to the California Energy Commission, we roll that up into a very detailed thousands of rows of information, project level information, in a calculator provided to us by the CEC that does that calculation and generates that return on investment calculation for us. We have that. It's not something we can run in real time.
Well, then I think I'd like the report. I'd like the executive summary report saying that they've read it, they've reviewed it, and they provide credibility to what we're stating we've accomplished since 2016. But I'm sorry, I just thought if that report is available, it is something that I think should be distributed to the board before you start your presentation.
Okay. That report is reviewed and vetted by the CEC as well as some outside stakeholders such as NRDC on an annual basis.
We can provide that.
We could provide last year's report and the years before. The one that's currently under development, we have a new tool from the CEC that isn't quite ready yet, so we anticipate mid-June before we'll have that evaluation of fiscal year 17-18. But we have the previously completed years.
But yeah, and the other thing I would just mention is, and I think we mentioned this prior, is that also these measures they have long lives, and so the savings and the cost effectiveness is calculated over the life of the measure, and the other. We can go to the first. And the other thing I think to keep in mind is that the energy efficiency programs are, if we treat them as a resource, they're actually a very cost-effective resource versus any of the supply side resources. And these particular, the CDI program in particular is aimed at small businesses, of which there are a lot of in Los Angeles. So they're really aimed at the smallest businesses and trying to make it sort of as convenient as possible for them to save money on their bills and to help us to save energy.
Yeah, you do address the small, medium, and large businesses, and you state that the large businesses are the minimum, but I think that information would be helpful to us as board members too. How many small versus larger businesses are you helping in Los Angeles with this program?
So the CDI program is aimed at the smallest businesses, and there's a cap right on the size of the business. Excuse me, I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you when you were talking. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking, please. There are limits on the size of the business that could participate in the CDI program.
That's correct. We see about, over the last 3 years, we had about 3,281 projects in CLIP and about 15,500 in CDI. So about 5 times the number of projects through CDI as through the downstream incentive program CLIP. But I can talk a little bit about the gentleman's concerns regarding the costs of the two programs. We look in terms, one good way to size up quickly how cost effective a program is going to be is to look at what the program is costing us on a first year savings basis in terms of KWH. So say it saves 100 million KWH a year. What did the program cost us? That's the first step. And the gentleman's correct because he's obviously read the materials we put together, including the memo. The commercial direct install program costs about twice as much on a per KWH basis as CLIP. And that's industry standard practice. That's very common, that a turnkey direct install program targeted to high volume, small customers, high touch, with the outreach, with the recruitment, with the hard to reach angles, with the workforce development piece of it. This is one of the equity metrics data initiative programs, by the way. It is an equity program. It's natural that it's going to have higher costs. At 59 cents per first year KWH, it's well within cost effectiveness, and I'll tell you how. The measure life is about 15 years. So you take that 60 cents a kilowatt hour first year savings, it's only 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour over lifetime, and that fits well within the range of these energy efficiency programs. Now, the CLIP program is more cost effective when it's done for larger customers because it's a downstream incentive program that works with independent lighting contractors that approach, since we've changed the program rules, larger customers, because those are the customers that are better suited to work through that type of model of program delivery. Because it is not doing all the high-touch turnkey installation parts and materials, assessments, outreach, et cetera. It only pays the incentive rate, which is 24 cents a kilowatt hour, first year saved, as well as about 5 to 6 cents per kilowatt hour for the staff, for the weighted staff labor to administer the program. So it is natural. This is not a surprise that a high-touch program costs more per KWH than a low-touch program. But the point that we want to stress is we made this decision, number one, in the interest of our customers. If we want to go on to the next slide, we start to get into why did we do this? Why did we make this change? Why do we see value in both a downstream incentive program as well as the direct install program? And bottom line, we made this decision as a customer service decision. It's industry standard practice in the utilities to offer direct install programs to smaller customers. 17 utilities in California offer CDI. All the IOUs offer CDI. Most of the major POUs offer CDI. It's not a surprise. It's not something brand new. The issue we ran into when we had no bottom size threshold for the downstream incentive program, in other words, both programs serving the same customer base, is our internal staff resources were completely overwhelmed by the volume that was coming in through the downstream rebate program. That's just a fact. And we had and this is why this was a customer service decision. We had 3,000 projects on backlog in late 2017, taking over 9 months to a year or even more to serve these customers. Meanwhile, because CDI is more flexibly scalable since it's administered by a third party, but it's implemented by a stable of local 11 contractors, that could ramp up more quickly. Our turnaround time on that program is 18 days if no permit is required, and it's 40 days if a permit is required. Now look at that. 3,000 projects sitting there for a year, most of which are, 97% of which are small projects. And in CDI, they can be handled. We can get through those projects in 20 to 40 days. Now, we made that program change on December 26th of 2017, effective January 1st. And in retrospect, the timing was pretty hasty, but we were in a triage situation with more projects coming in every month than we could serve and clear. So we made that change, and we immediately saw the new applications drop off, but we still committed to serve the old applications, everything that had come in prior to 1/1/2018, a year ago. And so we've spent the last year working that down. We're down to about a 1,500 project backlog, which is still unacceptable, but at least we've worked through half of it. In the meantime, commercial direct install has ramped up, and we were very conscious about making sure that as we knew we would see a curtailment in smaller projects in the downstream incentive program CLIP, we simultaneously expanded CDI to make sure that we were still getting the same volume of projects. And so roughly on par month to month, we're serving the same number of customers. The difference is those small customers that we've routed to CDI are getting served much better than they used to be when they were lost in the CLIP backlog. And the new CLIP projects that are coming in are seeing better service. It's not still where we want it to be because we still have that 1,500 project backlog, but the light's at the end of the tunnel. It's customer service decision, pure and simple.
And the CDI program is a utility best practice for small commercial customers, and one that we found to be effective at serving those customers.
What about the criticism that was leveled about no oversight?
So as far as, well, there is oversight. There's contract management oversight, project management oversight. The way the inspections work is that Lime has been tasked to randomly sample 15% of the CDI projects. And we have, due to a variety of internal resource issues, not been able to achieve that level of oversight ourselves specifically. We have inspected at about 1.6%, which is too low. We acknowledge that.
We meaning DWP?
DWP staff. We acknowledge that. And part of our plan with that is, as part of this, we agreed with our union. We supported it, but they requested we need more oversight. We know we need more oversight by our own individual staff. We're adding 10 staffers to the field inspection group that will be focused primarily on this program to get our sample rates back up to where they should be. Augmenting Lime's, we're not going to have Lime not do inspections, it makes sense, but we'll be at a much more robust inspection rate ourselves with the additional staff.
And on the
that we're in the
oversight
process
we've
of hiring.
done, how's that come out?
I'm sorry?
When we do the oversight, what are the results?
So when Lime's seeing about a 6% problem rate with the projects that they inspect. Ours is relatively similar. It's about 5 to 10%. That's typically what we see.
Yeah, and remember, Lime isn't actually the ones going into the businesses and doing the work. The contractors that are part of the program are doing the work. So it's not like Lime is sort of inspecting itself. They are providing that service as part of the contract, and they are overseeing the contractors.
And I take it from SCAPA's letter that they have confidence in Lime.
Yes, they
do.
They have, yes, and they've been a SCAPA contractor for some time, and as I understand it, they have been satisfied with both the performance and just dealing with them generally.
If I may, I'd like to address the issues about Lime having the SEC issues a few years ago. That was back in 2011 before they were involved with our program, and that was 4 rogue employees in the organization. And this explanation of events, by the way, has been vetted and accepted by the SEC. They settled with the SEC for the $1 million. They had 4 rogue employees that were altering the quarter in which earnings were claimed in order to fluff share price and things like that. They caught it. They found it. They terminated those 4 employees, immediately did a forensic audit, took it to the SEC, went through the process, got cleared. Now, that was resolved before they actually took over the contractor who previously held our program. That's another important point. This is a rapidly evolving, consolidating, growing field with so much focus on energy efficiency and people outsourcing, companies outsourcing. We had hired through the SCAPA mechanism competitively a company called Enerpath back in 2013. Enerpath was subsequently acquired by Lime in 2015. We looked at that. We have complete control over these. We watch what happens after an M&A to see what the quality of service continues to be. We said we were happy with the Enerpath team. They said, okay, we'll keep the Enerpath team on the program. And they did, and the service has been completely continuous and high quality. It's breaking news the last few months, Willdan, which is an even larger concern, has since taken over Lime. So it's really not Lime anymore, it's a subsidy of Willdan. And Willdan is an established player in the field, publicly traded since 1964. And so we told Willdan, we've been happy with this crew that's with Lime and has been on since Enerpath, and we're going to be watching to make sure we don't see a level of service slip. And Willdan has thus far continued to deliver on maintaining the continuity of the program with the familiar staff that we work with very well. But the point is...
And those offices and those employees are local.
Yeah, that's another very, very important point if we get to that point. Willdan has a very local presence of 1,100-something employees in the U.S., over 500 are in California, 420 of which are in Southern California, 25 are in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I would just, I recall when this came up the first time, and among the things that I did want to stress is as we continue to think about how we reach our energy efficiency goals and our overall sustainability goals, that these kinds of programs are a critical component of that. I mean, it's been stated previously, the energy that isn't being used is sort of the ultimate metric. I appreciate and know that one of my significant questions early on had to do with how we both invest in and aggressively go after these kinds of energy savings at the same time, given the amount of work and the level of appropriation that's involved, at the same time supporting our own local economy and are essentially making multiple use of the dollars that we're deploying. And the initial pushback around this effort, from my perspective, really kind of revolved around impact on local business, impact on small business, not just benefit for, but also impact from a labor perspective. So I am, pleased to understand the segmented approach that led to the shifting way in which we are looking at how we staff CDI versus CLIP, and the degree to which that does reflect a more efficient way of getting toward and serving our customers, so that we have smaller customers going through the direct install program, which is better suited to their ability to participate. And as always, we are balancing significant and multiple objectives. So we talk a lot about access and how we reach out and how we serve communities that are under-resourced. Well, the fact of the matter is that does involve there being specific, measured, tailored approaches, and some of those approaches may, on the front end, cost more. I am also really happy to see this program being supported in such a robust way by organized labor. I mean, it's critically important to how we invest and build and support our communities, our local communities, and often, folks who are displaced. And you have me at the word go when you are doing outreach to veterans and giving people an opportunity through these programs or through this kind of employment that supports not just a living wage, but that supports families and supports communities. And so the second chance aspect of this is something that I want to salute and highlight. I appreciate and look forward to joining Commissioner Vasquez in her efforts to work with the additional small business, other segments of the small business community to assist them in their ability to either become certified in a way that they can work through the direct stall program, or migrate into one of the others. But I also understand that these are resources that are budgeted. This is part of our larger plan. So we're not talking about, robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're talking about allocating resources to fund a comprehensive, multifaceted plan that we have put on the table and previously adopted as a part of our larger strategy. So I guess I say all of that to say I appreciate very much your return with answers to the questions that we raised last time. I'm fully satisfied with the response to the questions about Lyme, which I thought were serious and needed to be better understood. And I am 100% in support of moving forward today, recognizing that this will not be the last time that we are refining and making modifications to efforts to roll out new programs and to aggressively meet the goals that we've set for this agency. So thank you.
Well said.
Yeah, I have a few comments. I have met with both labor and the small businesses around this issue. Something that really struck me is that this decision, the way that affects the small businesses, was made a year ago. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Is there anything, if we take action today approving this contract, this partnership with SCAPA, would other changes come their way?
There's no changes planned for this CLIP program, except to look at opportunities to work proactively with the CLIP vendors to streamline and make participation easier for vendors and customers. But in terms of eligibility, the eligibility floor, the limit, the incentive rates, there's nothing, absolutely nothing's under consideration. And as we have made changes in the past, specifically with incentive rates, that is something we've also worked closely with customers and contractors. For the most part, the incentive rates have always gone up, so that's been a thing to just drive more participation.
Can you both speak a little bit about the comments that I heard on the meeting that you and I were present, David, and I heard today that this is irresponsible for ratepayers and this is costing ratepayers more? That they're basically offering cheap labor, small businesses, and that the organized labor is costing Angelenos 3 times what others can offer.
Well, generally, as you said, the energy efficiency programs are among the most cost-effective things we can do to meet our customers' needs. That's the first thing, and the second thing is that as you heard from a number of the IBW contractors, there is really tremendous community benefit to people who can participate in those and the CDI installers are all locally based and providing jobs locally, both in the city of LA and primarily LA County, both together. And then I think from my perspective, and Dave can speak to it more, but the CDI contractors are really going in with a program on our behalf, and so we want to assure our customers who are receiving this service that there's the kind of quality assurance and quality control that we would, if we were doing it ourselves, would do. So that's been something we've been able to work on in partnership with both IBW Local 11 and NECA, the electrical contractors.
Do we require the folks through Lyme to be specifically belong to labor?
Yes, we do, and I'd like to take this opportunity to mention that one of the gentlemen who's made comments regarding allegations that Lime does not exclusively hire union contractors to do the lighting installations. I've heard that from that gentleman several times, and each time I've asked for documentation on that and have thus far not received it, including back to the December 11th board meeting where it was first surfaced. But if such a thing were to exist, my understanding would be Lime runs this type of program for a number of utilities around the country, and not all of them have union requirements the way we do. So if they may well have non-union lighting contractors in Duke Energy or Florida Power and Light in their direct install programs, but for ours, we've made that a specific requirement. And we see no evidence that there's non-compliance with that requirement.
Thank you. I lastly want to say that this is an issue that I first heard from here at a couple of board meetings ago. And in my efforts to bring together everyone to have some clarity and to better understand, I have just seen a lot of misinformation from the small business for the small business owners, which is unfortunate. I also haven't been really impressed with the way that they have been managing the situation, and my efforts to bring everyone together and to speak about how can we move forward and work better together. I felt that I was often shouting and trying to get everybody under control and trying to get everybody on the same page, when I, here, a commissioner of this board, wanted to bring everyone together in the efforts to find solutions together. So I just wanted to get that off my chest because I think it's important. And second, I also don't appreciate the lack of real understanding of other elements that are happening as we make decisions at the department. We have liabilities that we need to deal with. We have legalities that, whether I like it or not, we have to deal with. We have responsibilities with our community to hire folks that are going to enter good paying jobs. I have a sweet spot for small businesses because my mother was a small business owner and my dad was a labor union, head of his labor union. So it's interesting to find myself in this predicament, but I just have to say that I think that it sounds like a lot, the $500 million, and it sounds like a lot for me also at the beginning when I first heard this figure, but then when you start really cutting the cake and understanding the pieces, you'll see that it's actually not much for the return of investment that we actually are getting. I think for me the most troublesome thing is that for small businesses, the real point where they could potentially see changes was a year ago, and now they're showing up to kind of portray or just share their feelings, which again I have been really trying to understand how can I help them mitigate some of those issues and as they're going to continue with their program. So I think that this is the first question that I ask: is this program going to change anything for them? And I think we reiterated that in our meeting that we had and also here today. So I think that's all I got to say. Thank you for your presentation.
Other questions, other comments? Is there a motion?
I'd like to move passage of adoption of item 12.
That's fine. Second. Those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I am, and I just want to state for the record, I'm all for energy efficiency, and I appreciate the work that you do and how valuable it is to meet our goals. Given the fact that we have had issues with lack of inspections and so many of the other issues that were brought up at the previous board meeting, and that really I didn't feel satiated with the answers, unlike other fellow commissioners, I would have liked to have seen, maybe we'll prolong this for another year, but to commit to a system that has very, very serious criticisms. The fact that, if you inspected and 6% of the cases failed, and they inspected and their number was the same, where is the reporting? Where are the list of 15,000 businesses that we've helped? What have we provided to them? When I'm investing $500 million of ratepayer money, I feel personally accountable. I do feel like I have a fiduciary duty, and I would suggest that in the future, we're prepared with that information. But, you know, if this was a one-year amendment, you probably would have received my support. But there's no way that as a commissioner on this board, I'm going to sign off for 5 years when there's been so many serious problems. I just can't commit to the potential of that reoccurring for the next 5 years.
I appreciate your comments, and certainly I think we will definitely spend some time focusing on how we can, you know, improve our, with our resources, how we can improve our oversight. It's certainly something we'll take away from this, and we can provide the report from the CEC, and certainly happy to you know, continue to provide the board updates to assure that we are paying attention to that, and that is getting additional focus.
And the very last thing, if I read the request correctly, my understanding is that Lime is getting 30% of this fee to have 30 administrators overseeing the labor and overseeing the purchases. You know, why aren't these 30 individuals reporting? Why aren't they inspecting? However, on top of that, I agree, they should not be inspecting a contract where they're making all this money. I'm glad that you hired 10 additional employees, because it really should be us or even an outside third party that oversees a contract of this size.
We'll certainly take your comments to heart.
And it's not about just the $500 million fee. It's about to guarantee the fact that those energy savings are actually being tied into and credited properly to our goals.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm also sure that none of us who voted in favor would object to the additional oversight that Commissioner Noonan is suggesting.
Absolutely. Well, we will come back to you with that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more item on the open agenda, which is item 14, amendment number 1 to the memorandum of agreement between the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and the Los Angeles County Flood Control District for implementation of the Tujunga Spreading Grounds Enhancement Project.
So I'll take any questions you might have.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank you for, let me backtrack. I know you couldn't make it, but I had the opportunity to sit down and discuss some of the questions I had about this project. And at the time, there were a lot of answers that could not be provided, but I do believe that you forwarded a very, very credible accountability for not only addressing my requests, but meeting with the people I asked you to meet with. So, however, that being said, of the 8 things that I outlined, I did have a couple of questions.
Yes.
So, first, I was just wondering why you didn't include the PowerPoint presentation that I got to see, because I think that would be so helpful to the ratepayers to see exactly what, as it relates to the aesthetics. Like, not only is this addressing the use of our water, conserving our water, but Commissioner Vasquez, you know, just today spoke about how there's a conception that the department doesn't spend as much focus or monies creating and working with parks and recs in areas like Pacoima, Tujunga. And so the fact that we're moving forward with this project, I really think it should be something that should be highlighted and promoted, you know, as a community service act. So was there a reason why the PowerPoint that kind of gave a visual of what's going to be done there, why it wasn't included?
Just my judgment to keep the packet small. So sometimes we have too much, sometimes too little, and evidently we gave too little here. But we do try to present, at least photographically, a lot of the things that we can, and we just failed on that one.
So I'll tell the other, my fellow commissioners very quickly.
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, you did see it? So we saw it separately.
Yeah.
So one thing that I brought up, I asked, you know, is this, the amount of money that we're spending on landscaping, is this what Council Member Martinez would like for her district? Or would they prefer something like a soccer field? But I'm glad that you met with her counterpart, Padilla, is that correct?
Exactly.
And so they're in agreement. We're working together to realize the landscaping that they would like for their community?
We're going to provide additional greening opportunities there along the banks and increase it significantly. And within the amount that's provided in this amendment, we'll be able to do that.
Okay, great. I think it's excellent that you addressed the Vulcan materials and the savings that we're getting there. So that was very creative on your part. I am glad that you elaborated more a little bit about the competitive bidding procedure. However, the one thing that surprised me was that when we did take on this project, why is it that working with LA County Flood Control District, did we agree not just to pay for the entire project, but even any overages? And according to my understanding, they're the ones who forwarded the bid. And so the reason why you're asking us for more money is because they didn't do a good job with their bidding. And so I'm glad that they're finally kicking in $6 million. But that whole procurement practice sounds kind of not reasonable to me.
Yeah, it was much because of they underestimated what the amount was. So they came to us before they put it out to bid and said, this is what we think we're going to need. And when the bids came in, it was higher than the engineer's estimates. I think they would agree that they just underestimated.
Has this happened before when we've worked with them?
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
So it is a bit unusual.
I do think we should learn from this experience and in the future not commit ourselves to something until we do get credible bids and not just an estimate from a district that would like us to perform the work. So I think that we owe that to the ratepayers.
Right, and just for the record, and both of the commissioners know that even with this increase, it's still a tremendous deal for the city at $85 per acre foot.
I understand. Yeah. I understand. I just think we really need to, if we are going to embark on great projects like this, I think we can learn from working with the district. I think we can learn from really having clarity with the council and the areas of what we're proposing to address their desires. And the last question that I have is from Dr. Pickle, and I'm not very familiar, Dr. Pickle, with what you mentioned earlier about, what did you refer to it as, Proposition W or something?
Measure W.
Measure W.
If you could, measure. Of course, I know
funding
Measure
for
W.
stormwater.
Yeah, no, I do. So, but yeah, could you elaborate on your concerns and how this affects the project? I didn't.
The funding is being worked out, but DWP has traditionally funded only up to the avoided cost of its water, and hopefully, well, like in this example, we're doing far better than our avoided cost of water, no matter how you calculate the cost. And so it's just, as we participate in these Measure W things, I thought it would be useful to review on a policy basis how we're approaching that.
Okay. Well, with that said, I just want to thank you for taking the time to meet with me originally, to be so thoughtful in answering each of the questions. And you have my blessing to move forward with the project, and I'm very excited that you are doing so. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
It's approved. Council?
At this point, we'll recess in a closed session, and in accordance with California Government Code Section 54957.1, we'll report any final actions taken thereon.
You have that memorized?